Welcome everybody to Liberty Grounds in University City here in Pennsylvania for the first of a SWTV triple header. Run DMV playing visitor here against Ill-a-delphia Elite. I am Marsh, joined today in the broadcast booth by Lava. How are you doing today?
I am doing well, Marsh. You know who else you're joined by? This is a packed house here in Philly. Philly just 10-15, but they're still trying to play their way into the race to one. Maybe get an 8th seed. A bit of a different story for Run DMV. They're looking for solidifying their seeding and going on a nice run, staying hot at the right time of the year.
We have Meek Mill among the big names here in attendance for a big game.
Always love that. Always love that.
You mentioned Ill-a-delphia 10-15. They're not mathematically out. A win here coupled with a potential Bad Boys loss. They won last night. Bad Boys Triple Falls to get things rolling here for Run DMV. But Ill-a-delphia Elite 2.5 games back of Bad Boys. A win and a loss by Bad Boys. So, that's a 1.5. But Ill-a-delphia sits in 14th in an exceptionally crowded conference race to the final spot for the Legacy Conference up and won't fall there for Ill-a-delphia. Run DMV, though, meanwhile, 16-9. They've been playing some of the best as a big block here underneath. That's going to be Marcus Lofton with a turn away.
We love the defensive ability of Marcus Lofton. He's a very limited offensive player, but number 43 in white out there, he does still cause problems on defense.
2 blocks per game as Khalil Erickson gets this one to go. Marcus Lofton, 2 blocks per game, still second on the team behind Jermaine Owens, who leads away with 2.1. But Run DMV squad is 16-9. They've been playing better as of late, and a chance, or at least an opportunity to draw even mathematically with Beast of the East, who had the dramatic come from behind win last night against Atlantis.
Curious to get your take, because for me, Run DMV has been one of the surprise teams this season. I didn't expect them to play this well, to have this kind of a record. Do you think they're a real race-to-one competitor, or are they a pretender, Marsh?
Well, Run DMV does things in a unique way as the up and under. Get it to go, John Hudgens. He's got 5 here for Run DMV, inserted into the starting lineup for head coach Myron Murray. Run DMV is one of the rare teams that likes to play up-tempo. They are the 5th best offense statistically in the league. They make the most 3-pointers, yet they don't have anyone that averages more than 12.2 points, and that's Canary and Bracket. So it's a diverse attack, similar in the vein of teams like Rocky Mountain, for example, who have a very diverse attack, but they don't quite have that number 1 scorer that you see from Rocky Mountain, as that pass heads around and Brandon Smith runs out of bounds. What they do have, however, though, he is one of the best coaches in the league in Myron Murray.
Yeah, especially with Coach Bellardi picking up his clipboard and leaving G5 midseason. Myron Murray, a very successful season last year. The DC Stars led by King Cross, but a much more diverse attack this year. Still a contender.
Bellardi back in it, right, with Latin America.
Well, yes, but I think he's got his work cut out for him there. I mean, hey, if he instantly turns around LATAM, then okay, he's top coach of the year, top coach of all time nominee for SimWorld once again. But very different environment than what he had in New York City.
Much different environment here for Ill-a-delphia as they try to play spoiler, keep things alive. Foul called here on Hugo. It'll be the first free throws of the game. Ill-a-delphia Elite, Run DMV, both top 10 in free throw attempts. Ill-a-delphia 28th in the league in efficiency, yet that efficiency still pretty good, 78.8%. So across the board here in SimWorld Hoops, the surprise maybe of the season, maybe not the surprise, but one of them, the free throw efficiency of every single 16, 17, some 15-year-olds, and right on cue we get a miss.
And that's from Quan Singleton, no less, the 17-year-old returning SimWorld player, a veteran, captain of the squad, who, yes, promptly undercuts everything you just said, Marsh, because that's the way the world works. Sorry.
Well, Quan also shooting 54.3%, so drawing down that team average, and statistically does exactly what you'd expect for him. Goes 1 for 2 from the line here as we approach the midway point. Up pace, up tempo. First quarter. Nick Hugo, though, the 2-time defending or reigning SimWorld Hoop Player of the Week, and he gets turned aside.
Yes, he does. You know, I love what we've seen from Nick Hugo, but you do have to remember, Nick just goes 6'7", so even though he climbs the ladder to block out his opponent's shots often enough, he's susceptible to having it swatted back in his face, and there he had it too. And look at this on the other end, we're going to get Quan Singleton back to the line. Now, I don't know if this is an intentional strategy by Coach Murray to put Quan and his shaky free throw form on the line, but second trip already for the Philly captain.
Well, teams both doing exactly what you expect. The Singleton buries the first to tie things at 8. Both teams like to get to the free throw line. You see their head coach, Dries Williams, for Ill-a-delphia Elite.
And you know, I mentioned at the top of the broadcast that Philly just 10-15 on the year, but he started 0-3 before Dries took over, and you know, obviously he's been getting Philly to play close at least to 500 ball since he's been running things. And more impressively, I think he identified the talent that is Nas Hall and really set him free. Nas averaging 19.8 per game, which is pretty remarkable for a player that began the year coming off the bench, not a focal point of this offense.
Well, we've gone 4 minutes without a Nas Hall sighting.
Yeah. This is one of the longest stretches he's been in the game where there hasn't been a highlight play, or at least points on the board. Here goes Nas, and he has his shot blocked.
Malik Duffin there on the block, turn away. And the defense for Run DMV playing the way it can, not often. One of the more susceptible defenses, though part of that is due to the fact they've played a couple of barn burners. They're the only team in SimWorld Hoops to have multiple 100-point games. They're 1-1 in those affairs.
I do think it's interesting to note tonight. DMV, Coach Murray came out playing a big lineup here. You got John Hudgens, 6'10", really kind of playing at a 3 small forward position. John Hudgens, Duffin, and Nick Hugo to start this game, so a big lineup, and it does seem to be causing a little bit of problems for Philadelphia underneath. And look at that, Brandon Smith. 3-point shot. He's another one of those SimWorld veterans. I always like to talk about him. The guys who played the game last year, not necessarily the big stars, not the top-ranked names you see in highlights this season in SimWorld, but guys like Brandon Smith averaging more than 9 points a game, really making a difference.
Part of that deep trio or quartet that they have, and a triple answer on the other end for Ill-a-delphia. Kamarian Bracken leads the team with 12.2 points per game. It's Trey Trust and Nick Hugo both around 10. Brandon Smith at 9.3 as Hugo gets that one to go. And Malik Duffin slides in at 6. Keith Singleton, Ty Rocker the third, and John Hudgens. So they go 8 deep with players averaging 5 or more points per game. Very few teams in the league do it. It's part of why, as we mentioned earlier, Run DMV is one of the best offenses, despite not having one of the more big-name stars, as you expect. Good defense there from Trey Trust. He has the propensity to be a big star. 60 points, or 63 pointers made. That's the largest season. Really a jump ball. Use this opportunity to remind you to tune in and subscribe, like, comment here to SimWorld TV. You're watching it right now. This is the home of the Race to One, so make sure you've got notifications on to be able to tune in as the race to that championship game and eventual championship team gets underway in August.
It's a 3-point advantage for DMV, but I do like some of the things I'm seeing from Philly early on in this one. Marcus Lofton, active, crashing the boards, just got one right there.
Now, as you're looking at this, we got approached the 1 minute mark. What's Ill-a-delphia going to have to do here tonight and down the stretch beyond winning games to make the Race to One?
I know, it is obvious, painfully obvious to state, isn't it? But yeah, you just got to find ways to win games, including tonight. This is a big game for Philly. And, you know, I think both a key for tonight and a key for the rest of the season would be that man right there with the ball in his hands. That's Nas Hall trying to go to work there. Good job so far by Coach Murray and the game plan he's driven, called up to Marcus Lofton with a rare offensive highlight for him, but I think it really is going to be all on Nas Hall's back, particularly on the offensive end, if Philly can score enough points to hang with a team like DMV and pick up a win here tonight.
Trey Trust with the ball. He's been active. A pair of made threes tonight, but can't get that layup to go. 18-14, DMV on top here on the road. 30 seconds to go. Philadelphia with a brief chance for a 2-for-1 opportunity, though they don't take advantage of it. Instead, up and no good inside. That's Jermaine Owens unable to get that to go.
I like Owens, just 16 years old. You know, he's one for the future, but need him in the present tonight if they're going to come out on top in this one.
Brandon Smith with a bucket pushes it to a 6-point edge. 10 seconds here to play in the first quarter.
Nas is not giving this ball up. Nas is not going to give this ball up. I can feel it. Shot coming. Oh, there we go.
So far, and he gets the triple to go. His first of the game, and that's going to end the first quarter. Run DMV up by 3 through 1 in Philadelphia. Second quarter rather, on deck. We're back here in Philadelphia, just outside Liberty Grounds. A reminder to tune in. Triple header on SimWorld TV, 8 p.m. Bad Boys basketball and Atlantis. Atlantis, a disastrous loss last night, but still within reach. Just a game back. They could draw even with Bad Boys if they get that win on the road. And then 9 o'clock, Bay Area Breakers against Beyond the Arch. Beyond the Arch just had their 6-game losing streak snapped last night. They're back at it against a Bay Area team. Took a stunning defeat to D'Angelo Jordan and Lakeshore Drive. But here in Pennsylvania, it's a 3-point Run DMV lead. And E, what did you see in that first quarter that has gotten us to this point?
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit like you were talking about when you were doing your analysis of DMV, and you were spot on, Marsh. And anybody who listens to Marsh on our Discord knows the man knows basketball. This team is perhaps the most prolific 3-point shooting team in all of SimWorld, and they did that in the first quarter. 4 of 5 from deep, and most of their points being generated from Beyond the Arch, and that's what we expected. That's what we got, at least in that first quarter.
4 of 5 is a team that makes just over 8 per game, so already halfway to that mark. They make that is the best mark in the league, and they're 5th best in shooting, just above 42%. So a talented 3-point shooting team, but it was Trey Trust with 8 points in that first quarter. And this is also the first substitutions that we've had, as both coaches let their starters play the full 8 minutes of that first quarter. And remaining in the game, young Nick Hugo, he wants a 3, can't get that to go, but a foul called on Duffin that'll send the ball down the other way, even though there was a Ill-a-delphia rebound. So Nick Hugo might be, he's on the 32-minute watch here. We've seen it done before. Derek Long went the full 32 for Lone Star. Nick Hugo's gone now, what, almost 10 for 10.
It will not surprise me if both of these teams have multiple players that are out there for 26, 28, maybe even 30 minutes tonight. Maybe even the 32 spot, like you're saying. This is the point of the season where these games mean so much. Both these teams. Philly really can't afford to lose this game. And for DMV, they're in the middle of the competitive Atlantic division. They're just playing for seeding. They got to get hot at the right time. You need to be... turn over there. Got to be playing your stars, I think. Got to be getting the W's. Can't be messing around, trying out things.
Marcus Lofton finishing the alley-oop there, the highlight reel, and Ill-a-delphia Elite just like that, back up by 1. They've held Run DMV, their high-octane offense, scoreless here in the second. That one's tipped away, though. Nick Hugo corrals it. Tipped away, this one's off of Bracken, and loose ball heads to Ill-a-delphia Elite, so hounding defense there, I believe. Is that Nas Hall? No, I beg your pardon, Orland Mott the third. Tenacious defender, team leader in steals, 1.3 per game, the Gary Payton of the Ill-a-delphia Elite. He puts that on display.
Team leader. He's the SimWorld leader in steals with that 1.3 a game. And I like what I'm seeing from Ill-a-delphia here to start this second quarter. 4-0 run, and just the defense causing havoc out there.
Tenacious defense here through the first 2.5 minutes of the second quarter. Run DMV held scoreless here. That one pumped outside.
Nice reach by King Cross. I thought that ball was going to be thrown up in about row Z.
King Cross, of course, the younger brother of Cooper King Cross, who starred for head coach Myron Murray last season.
Well, Nick Hugo doesn't look like he's feeling the effects of not getting arrested at all. He's a nice screen there.
4-3 won't go. Hugo can't pull down the board, though. He's coming up over top with Marcus Lofton. Lofton, he's checked all 9 minutes of action so far as well.
Now, I would argue he's having, look at that, he almost got it.
Here we go.
Since turning to 2 on the other end, but Lofton, 4 points, 3 rebounds, I think, early on in this one. He's almost having his game of the year, at least from what I've seen so far.
They certainly need a big night from Marcus Lofton going up against, again, the 2-time reigning SimWorld Hoops Player of the Week, Nick Hugo. First SimWorld player to accomplish that. He promptly is called for the foul. And
the second foul. Look, we don't see foul trouble become a huge factor at the SimWorld Hoops level very often. For one thing, 32-minute game, so you don't have to manage it quite the same as that, but we have to keep an eye on Hugo with those 2 fouls, especially considering that this DMV team, not that deep as far as post players go, and again, they started all 3 of their, their 3 true bigs. 6'9" Malik Duffin, 6'10" John Hudgens out there with Hugo.
Hudgens will check in, so there goes the potential. Though, that being said, still out there already was Duffin, so he remains.
Marcus Lofton, still without a break, too.
We may be looking at some 32-minute watch as we are approaching the midway point of the second quarter. 23-22, Ill-a-delphia Elite. They've not only held Run DMV in check here in the second as a pull-up 3 falls. Ty Rocco the third gets the first triple of the second quarter to go for DMV. Their second bucket of the frame comes halfway through the quarter itself. But Run DMV not able to get to the free throw line so far as Ill-a-delphia has been able to. Sorry, kicking it to you.
Nice drive there, but I was going to say for DMV, it's such an asset to have 2 guys coming off the bench like Ty Rocco III and Charles Pinkert. 2 17-year-olds, good size for guards. Rocco averages 5.6, Pinkert averages 4.5, but 50 made threes coming into this game on the season between the 2 of them, and that's just hard to deal with for an opponent when you can bring in talented shooters, just wave after wave of them like DMV
The
do.
DMV, as we said, they are one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league, and it is because of guys like that. Trey Trust is top 10. He's 7th in the league in field goal percentage from deep at 52.6, but that's just with a minimum 75 attempts required. You mentioned Charles Pinkert, he's 44%, and Ty Rocco the third, 64%
Sizzling.
from deep. So plenty of guys that can pull up. John Hudgens, a bit of a stretch big. He's 35% from deep, the 6'10" Pennsylvania native.
Nice rebound there from Pinker, showed you can do more than just on offense.
Up to Ty Rocco. Rocco wants some action inside. Can't get that to go. Good defense in the paint by Ill-a-delphia, and a good job not to foul.
And
Matt
Rocco
calling for the ball, but he's on the other side of the midway point.
I think Rocco weighed up a step back three before he drove inside there on that last possession. Maybe he should have taken it. Maybe we'll get a second chance here. I do like what we see about John Hudgens too there, who played it inside to Rocco, had it swatted by maybe two different players, however. But at his size, with his guard-like skills, Hudgens, real bright future for that 16-year-old.
Timeout for Run DMV. We're going to step aside, just under 2 minutes to play in the second quarter. 2-point advantage for Ill-a-delphia Elite. We're back on SimWorld TV after this.
SimWorld presents Around the Table with E and the Fat Man.
What's up, everybody? This is Big Bob.
And this is Elava.
And we are the co-hosts of Around the Table with E and the Fat Man.
Around the Table is the SimWorld Hoops podcast where Big Bob and I give our takes on various sports around the world.
Make sure to tune in every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time to hear our takes.
And don't forget to join in on the conversation with us on Discord at discord.gg/SimWorldNBA.
And make sure to follow us on Twitter and YouTube at SimWorld4K. And as always,
see the game, be the game. Later, folks.
Welcome back to Liberty Grounds. Run DMV. Ill-a-delphia locked in a good one here in the first half. Ill-a-delphia Elite on top, 27-25. Their defense has held DMV to just 5 points here in the second quarter after a 20-point outburst to start things up for Run DMV. Competitive game. We're seeing a lot of contributions from both sides up and down these rosters.
You absolutely are, and I love these kind of games where both teams desperate for a win. It's that special time of the season, like Christmas and Thanksgiving and Hanukkah all smashed together into a wonderful ball, basketball-shaped ball. And I can't actually wait till we get down to the race to one. That is going to be really exciting this year. Hey, Marsh, let me put you on the spot real quick while we're getting back underway. You have to pick one race for one favorite. Who's your top contender right now?
There's only two teams I'd put up there, but I'm going to go with the Originators. They've been top in my pointless power rankings for a couple weeks. They're the best record in the league. They have what I would consider the best player. They've got depth. They've got everything that you could possibly need, and they might have the best coach in the league. I won't say might. I think they do have the best coach in the league, in Coach Dodge. So I would go the Originators. At some point, we have to look at 21-5 and say, yeah, that's the best team.
No, can't argue with that. Also can't argue with the fact we got a good game going on here, back and forth. Look like DMV might separate themselves a little bit the way that first quarter was going. Philly, they turn things around, and there's Nas Hall on the attack, and I think it's actually encouraging that Philly is doing more than hanging in here. They got the lead right now with Nas having a quiet night by Nas Hall standards.
Inefficiently on his way to 7 points is Nas Hall. And the three won't fall, though, on the other side.
And, man, that is the one thing for sure, is that disparity between the three-point shooting. A chance to get an old-fashioned three right there as Hall picks up the foul. But, we've seen that efficiency from DMV. Pulled off here a little bit, obviously, here in the second quarter, but still doing most of their damage from deep. And Philly, just not on the same level as far as an outside shooting attack. And it's interesting to watch the kind of contrast in abilities, contrast in styles that these two teams are throwing out on the court tonight.
First free throws of the night, I believe, for Run DMV.
I believe you are correct.
Team. in free throw shooting as Trey Trust checks in, as does Nick Hugo. 37.7 to play in the first half. Competitive ball game. We've talked about Ill-a-delphia Elite needing a win to try to pull back up to Bad Boys Basketball, who plays again at 8 o'clock with SimWorld Atlantis. But Run DMV, a loss here, and they suddenly are staring down just a game-and-a-half lead over Beyond the Arch, who's in action at 9 o'clock against Bay Area. So both sides needing a win, as up and in goes Nas Hall. 6'3" Brooklyn native gets another bucket to go here in the second.
And how crazy is it that a Run DMV team that's racked up 16 wins already on the season sits just third in the Atlantic Division, 5th overall in the Legacy Conference? Goes to show you how rugged, maybe the toughest top-to-bottom division in all of SimWorld is the Atlantic.
Certainly has some competitors, as that three at the buzzer won't fall. Brandon Smith tries to get the follow. That won't do it. Ill-a-delphia Elite holds Run DMV to just 9 second quarter points. They lead 31-29 as we head to the halftime break. E, what are you looking at for both sides as we flip to the final 16 minutes in order for one of them to come out on top?
I think what got Philly back in this game, got them to lead at one point, in that defense. Turning up the defense, we've seen it from Marcus Lofton, we've seen it from Orland Mock III. Great team effort to really stifle a potentially potent, powerful offense in Run DMV, certainly there in that second 8-minute period. On the other side of the ball, with DMV themselves, I think they're going to live and die on that outside shooting. You talked about it, they're capable of scoring 100 points, but they've also given up 100. I think if they're going to come away with a road victory here tonight, we're going to need to see more of that well over 50% shooting from deep that we saw in that first quarter.
Second half coming up next. Welcome back. Liberty Ground, second half underway. Ill-a-delphia Elite on top, 31-29. A good first half from Nas Hall. He had 9. Trey Trust pulls up for 3. He had 8. And Nick Hugo, hello. Whew.
Boy.
Welcome to the second half, Nick Hugo.
Yeah.
Ties us back up.
I think I felt the reverberation from that dunk over here where we're sitting by the press table, Marsh. That was strong.
He's made a point of the highlight this season.
Oh, look at that. Nice move from Nas Hall. And hey, Marsh and everybody out there watching should also point out, number 0 out there in the white uniform, rocking the null uniform. Orland Mock the third. He didn't start this game, but he's out there to start the second half, replacing Quan Singleton point for Philly. He has the ball right now.
Of course, Mock is one of the, you already mentioned it, the league leader in steals, 1.3 per game, and driving up another big dunk, Khalil Erickson, the DC native against his former team.
Did Coach Dries put something in the Gatorade during halftime? Boy, this doesn't look like that same team. And look at this! Now they're almost harassed him into another turnover there. Hugo settles things down like he'll tend to do, and has already twice here. But I like what I see from Philly. They cannot play the second half so far.
John Hudgens with that assist. He's actually been a quite reliable, as Hugo called for his 3rd foul, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. 3 fouls here, foul out in 5 here in SimWorld Hoops. So Nick Hugo, who's electrified here in the second half so far, albeit briefly, might be headed towards an extended seat on the bench, but John Hudgens finished that point, 2 assists per game. That's 4th on the team. He's been a dynamic assist man from the forward position. Again, he's a great shooter, a good shooter for his size and position. 17 made threes from, obviously from deep, 35.4% shooter. That free throw, however, will not go. Orland Mock will step down. Back into the game comes Quan Singleton.
Interesting.
And
Interesting
notably
move there from Coach Dries to just to start Mock, and maybe he just wanted to get a little bit of a defensive spark to start things here, set a little bit of a tone before we put his captain back in.
Well, notably though, no change out of Nick Hugo. He remains in the game with those 3 fouls.
He was animated after that foul call too. He did not like that call at all. I have to look at it on replay. I'm sympathetic to him, but I would caveat that with I want to see a replay before I officially say I'm on his side. But
Trey Trust step back 3 won't go. Nick Hugo unable to get the board. Heads the opposite direction for Ill-a-delphia. Dumped inside, Lofton can't get it to fall either.
Well, he went up confidently with that after making some shots earlier in this game, but he's averaging about 5 points per contest this year. Marcus Lofton, offensively limited, defensive stopper. Now here for DMV as Trust tries another 3 that won't go. Hugo did pick up a 4th foul and really did. I think Coach Murray would have to if it happens here in this 3rd quarter. That creates an interesting conundrum. What DMV can do, because they really only have 3 true bigs. And as we've been talking about, John Hudgens kind of has guard-like skills, plays more of a small forward kind of role for this team. So definitely keep your eye on the Nick Hugo foul situation. I would also not be surprised to see Coach Dries Williams run right at him and try to pick up that 4th foul.
Certainly would change the landscape of the way Run DMV likes to play. Here's Hugo, had briefly
Look at that,
Trey Trust, and instead we're going to get a jump ball. We're going to step aside, be back after this.
Up all night, putting work till it's daylight. Yeah, inspiration ain't required. I go hard in the pain even when I'm tired. 'Cause tomorrow ain't promised. I give my all, ain't nothing less. No tomorrow ain't promised. There's no
We're back. Third quarter, 3-point lead for Ill-a-delphia. Jump ball won there by DMV. Deep 2 won't fall. And Ill-a-delphia lead on the board. Go ahead.
Trey Truss really aggressive with the shots so far in this third quarter. Not all of it working either.
Had 8 points in that first half. Brandon Smith had 7. And Hugo on the board there. That led Run DMV. Malik Duffin kicks to the corner. 3-pointer. John Hudgens won't fall. Unafraid to shoot. He's the Pottstown native.
You know, the outside shooting, as we get a Nas Hall bucket, the outside shooting for DMV has really cooled off. They went 4 for 5 in that first quarter, but just 1 for 5 in the second quarter. Well, a healthy 50% when we hit halftime, but we see a miss there from Hudgens. Still not dialed in from long range, and I think that's a big reason why Ill-a-delphia has been able to come out to this 5-point lead in what has been a really good defensive battle here in Philly so far.
Approach the midway point of the third quarter. I invite you to follow SimWorld on social media, SimWorld 4K on your major social media platforms. Updates of the league certainly will always be on there, and reminder to stay tuned in between games for the post-up. Triple header means you're getting 2 editions of the post-up this afternoon. Always
both of them,
entertaining
both
time.
Of them, well, both of them featuring Rick Blaze tonight, Marsh. So
Rick Ice Cold, yeah.
You know you're going to get some good entertainment for your money from Mr. Blaze.
Yeah, well, you know, he's more Frozone than he is Blaze, but you know, it's a superpower nonetheless, I suppose.
We all got to shine in our own way, Mr. Marsh.
I think for every broadcast we've done, I think whether Rick has been on it or not, I've managed to slide one little snippet at him. So I think at this point it's become tradition. So warranted, probably not, but included, certainly yes. 4:02 to play, third quarter. Ill-a-delphia lead up by 5. Their largest of the game. Left wide open inside as John Hudgens draws the foul on King Cross. Can't get it to the go. And he'll head to the line. Run DMV entered play tonight as one of the best teams getting to the free throw line. 3rd in the league at 7 attempts per game. 2nd in the lead at 89.8%. Yet they have been outshot at the free throw line by an Ill-a-delphia elite team that, for their own right, certainly one of the better teams, at least at getting to the line. They get 7th in the league, 6.6 attempts per game, but just haven't done it so much tonight as we get a nice shot here of Liberty Grounds. John Hudgens, 2nd to go, and gets it. It's 2 for 2, back to 3.
Hudgens has a little bit of a shot put style to his free throw form. It's effective, but you notice it. Oh, nice defense there. I think that was Hugo got that one. Ends up in Hudgens' hands.
It was indeed Nick Hugo, 2.4 blocks per game, and an answer at the other end.
Both ends of the court, Nick Hugo getting it done. Well, DMV needed a spark like that. Let's see if they can turn it into another good defensive possession here. Maybe get the lead back, which they haven't had since what, midway through the second quarter? Oh, silky smooth from DKC.
King Cross gets to go over top of Hugo. Hugo 10th in the league, 2.4 blocks per game.
Just remarkable for somebody who's 6'7" in a game full of 7-footers like Adam Max and Tyson Simpson.
Victoris
Ogauskas, Trey Hyman, Derek Long, Aaron Payne. You don't expect to find 6'7" Nick Hugo listed with names like that, or at least I didn't. Certainly, I don't think anybody did the start of this year, but just to show you put in the work, you get in the right system, you get a good coach like Coach Murray, things can happen.
Driving to the rack, Camarion Bracken. That is a name we have not called much at all, actually, outside of the starting lineup at all tonight. He's the team leader, 12.2 points per game, but he has been silent. It has been Trey Truss, Brandon Smith, and a tough layup there for Queel Erickson. He wants redemption here. The DC native.
Redemption and a little revenge, maybe. That's right. But hey, that's a great point you made about Marion Bracken. You know, I've talked about Nas Hall being a little bit anonymous tonight for Philly, but wow, Bracken, you're right. That's the first time we mentioned his name. Under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. That's not what you want from your leading scorer.
Oh, into the hoop as Cleel Erickson can't get a second circus shot to go. Hugo on the board. Hugo is putting his fingerprints on all parts of this game.
Just like he has the last 2 weeks in almost all the games he's played.
Here comes Bracken, and he is turned aside. No fly zone here in Liberty Grounds.
That's Jermaine Owens with that swat. Definitely
And
one for the future.
Beg your pardon, AJ Frost answers with a triple. That'll be a Run DMV timeout. AJ Frost coming off the bench. We'll step aside. Third quarter nearing an end here at Liberty Grounds.
To make it two-possession game, and they will. Definitely gonna have to look elsewhere. Oh!
Welcome back. Third quarter in Pennsylvania. Ill-a-delphia lead to 4-point lead in must-win basketball. Ill-a-delphia in need of a win to keep their dwindling playoff hopes alive. Just 2.5 games back of the 8th-seeded Bad Boys basketball. After this, Ill-a-delphia lead will have just 5 games to play. Yet they sit, despite being 2.5 back, in 14th place. So a huge needed win opportunity, and we've seen some teams in similar positions falter down the stretch. Of course, most recently Atlantis. They held a 5-point edge late in their game against Beasts of the East, only for Fareed Redmond to steal the show with a pair of triples to force overtime as pull-up bucket there falls.
Yeah, I felt bad for Atlantis losing that game. That's that's a team which is actually, again, I think overperformed this year, outperformed expectations. It would be deserved to see them sneak in too. the final race to win spots. I wouldn't be upset by that, but losses, particularly tough losses, you can't, there's no moral victories at this point in the season. You need actual victories. You need W's. And for this Philly team, which, threatening to come out of here with a victory tonight, keep alive in the race for that last spot, or last spots, you just kind of illustrated the problem, too. It's not just about what they do. They're 14th right now. There's, 4 or 5 other teams also fighting to get into those last places. You need them to fall off, too. You're not in control of your own destiny anymore. Not at 10 and 15, not at 14th overall.
Indeed, they are not. And of course, we'll take this opportunity to say if you would like to join the SimWorld TV team, you want to be a writer, you want to be a commentator, you think you have the chops for a podcast or other form, feel free to put in your application to join the SimWorld team. You can do that through our Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. So join the SimWorld Discord, join the SimWorld team, and applications are now open for both players and coaches for Season 2, which will begin in just a few short months.
You could play, you could coach, or you could be behind a microphone, working with me and Marsh. I think you want to break up this team, though. I kind of think of us as the kid and play of SimWorld Hoops broadcast. Is that reference going to go over with the younger audience, though? I don't know, Marsh. You're more in touch with the kids. I don't know. Maybe that's too old school.
It's a little old school for me, but I'm going to laugh at it because I know you've gone through it before.
You watch the house party movies, though. I know you have.
Late third quarter, Ill-a-delphia lead clinging to a 4-point lead here at home against Run DMV. Clock winding down. It's Ty Rocco III trying to get his isolation game going. Can't do it. Malik Duffin 3 won't fall, and that will end the quarter. Fourth quarter on deck, 47-43. Ill-a-delphia Elite needing a win, positioning themselves to do that. We've got 8 minutes of hoops still to be played, still to decide.
Still waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so.
Welcome back, fourth quarter. Ill-a-delphia Elite, Run DMV. Massive game for both squads. Ill-a-delphia Elite needs a win, keep those playoff hopes alive. Run DMV trying to stay ahead of Beyond the Arch in fifth, and an early foul here on Keith Singleton. But competitive game as we're already seeing Nas Hall checking into this game for AJ Frost to kick things off in the fourth. What are you expecting out of this fourth quarter?
I'd look for the home team to keep up this defensive pressure. I would be surprised if Orland Mock doesn't make his presence felt again out here and doesn't get some decent run. Coach Drees put him back in the game fairly soon and probably close it out. I mean, this thing has been a defensive war from the tip. I don't think that's going to change for over these last 8 minutes. Whoever tightens it up the most probably going to come out here with a victory.
Big time dunk there to kick things off. Quan Singleton extends the lead to 6 for Ill-a-delphia Elite. Nick Hugo wants an answer, won't get it, turned away.
Owens with another block. He's gotten a few of those tonight.
With the ball, Darian Kingy Cross. He wants to get to the hoop. He'll instead settle for a pull-up, but he gets it to go nonetheless.
Biggest lead in the game for Philly here. At the right time.
Here's Brandon Smith. Trying to probe inside. Decides for a pull-up jumper. Looked like he had a sliver of space against Singleton. We've seen plenty of elite-level coaching from both Drees Williams and Myron Murray. A number of adjustments. Orland Mock, as you mentioned earlier, started the second half. A defensive wrinkle. We've seen the three big lineup. John Hudgens, Malik Duffin, Nick Hugo is rising for 2. That's Keith Singleton.
That does cut the lead down to 6, but a 6-point margin in a game that's, both teams struggling to shoot 40% from the floor feels like a hefty advantage for Philly. I know there's still a ton of time to go, but we've been talking all night about how both these teams, and that's a nice drive and score there, really want to win this game. Let's be honest, it probably means a little bit more life or death for Philly. Can't really have any more miscues if they're going to maybe get an 8th, 7th seed to close out the season. Oh, nice defense once again from Philly.
Ill-a-delphia's defense has been impressive in the face of one of the league's best offensive units, and this is on rise to the rack. Thought we were going to get a little bit more of a highlight from Quan Singleton, but
you expect that from Quan with his athleticism, right? Like, how come you're not doing maybe a 360 there, dunking that thing? But
there's Hugo, can't get it to go, but this is the one concern you have with a Run DMV team. That and another block here from one and only Nick Hugo.
What a disaster of a possession, though, I think, for DMV right there. 3 opportunities for Philly. Finally, they come up with a bucket. 12 points. I mean, I feel like, it's Top Gun time. Highway to the danger zone here for Run DMV. They need to get it together with a quickness.
Since they had a 20-point first quarter, Run DMV over the last 2 and almost a half quarters have scored just 27 points. So great defense from Ill-a-delphia. Their offense, Ill-a-delphia's, has not quite been there, but has not quite mattered.
Let's call out both of the coaches, too. I mean, I think they both came into this game with some really good plans. They've been making a lot of adjustments out there, both Coach Drees and Coach Myron Murray.
Hudgens on the handoff to Keith Singleton. Singleton to pull up. That looks like it was probably blocked by Darian Kingy Cross.
KC definitely got a piece of that one. Yeah, look at Lofton, by the way. Marcus Lofton has a tiny defender on him, but they don't even look at him, and maybe you shouldn't if Quan Singleton has woken up and is dunking everything in sight now.
And Nas Hall has not jumped off the page as a 20-point scorer. They have not needed him here in this fourth quarter. Quan Singleton has been great. And there is another block. Quick block by Lofton. We're stepping aside. 4:05 to play in the fourth. We're back here, fourth quarter, just about at the halfway point, and Ill-a-delphia Elite has dominated, building up a 12 quarter. They have been dynamic thanks to athletic plays on the offensive end from Quan Singleton, phenomenal defense from Jermaine Owens as a three-pointer there for Brandon Smith, and three-pointers have not been coming for Run DMV. They're at 4 of 5 in the first quarter. They have been poorly shooting from deep since then.
Very poorly. Smith hitting that three, that's a big one there, and it does close the lead to 9. I mean, look, this game is not over, but a team that's only scored 30 points since the first quarter, how are they going to come up with 10 more, let alone shutting Philly down the rest of the way here?
Jermaine Owens active on the offensive glass, and that leads to the Quan Singleton layup. Great screen there from Jermaine Owens as he will receive no statistical credit outside of a rebound, and this one is thrown away. Ill-a-delphia Elite will get the ball back. Run DMV as Trey Truss checks back in, not doing anything to help their cause here in the fourth quarter.
That is the first time we've seen a real mental error like that all night long from DMV, and I think it just goes to show that they're rattled, and they should be. This game is slipping away from them.
3 minutes to play, 11-point lead for Ill-a-delphia Elite. Three-pointer falls. Orland Mock.
The defender breaking their backs with the three there. 14 points, that is the biggest lead of the game. It just keeps on the stretch as the time ticks on here. I mentioned earlier we got Rick Blaze coming up in the post-up. I think if he was here to tell us right now, he would say this one might be smelling like it's over, Marsh.
When Orland Mock, the man who's made 8 three-pointers all season coming in tonight, that was his 9th, shooting 23.5% from deep. When he makes a three, that can just about do it. Nas Hall wanted the dagger, the icer.
Yeah.
Won't get it, but this is 1 or 2 possessions away from being over. Duffin, he's going to be turned aside. Again, the defense from Ill-a-delphia showing up.
Owens and Lofton down low have been a defensive nightmare for DMV all night long. None so more so than these last few possessions.
Going to work inside. That was Khalil Erickson. He can't get it to go. Under 2 minutes to play. No bucket here, and I think you probably write it up even if it's already been there.
You need points in a hurry. That's the way to get them. Hudgens got a decent shot. Won't go. I think that might just have put a final nail in it. I think Ill-a-delphia is going to improve to 11-15 and stay alive in that race to 1. Well, Smith with a steal.
Indeed they will as Trey Truss pulls up and gets that to go to make it 12 points. But Ill-a-delphia will move to 11-15 after this win, depending on the outcome of a very consequential Bad Boys versus Atlantis game coming up next. We'll remind you, post up first before the 8 o'clock tip-off. Bad Boys and Atlantis, massive playoff implications on the line as that three halfway down and out. But the heartbeat for Ill-a-delphia, however faint, is still pulsing. They are going to be temporarily within 2 games of Bad Boys basketball, depending again on that output of the last game or the second game of our SimWorld Hoops triple header. Run DMV, meanwhile, now at 16-10.
If I was DMV, I would foul here. 9 points, under a minute. You're not dead, but I guess it worked out. The time off the clock, I feel like, is as valuable as anything right now. You need to get another quick shot up here. That's what you do. And Smith nails it.
We have a 6-point game, 34.3. It'll take a little bit of a country miracle.
Okay.
Nick Hugo called for the foul, his 4th. Got to be careful if he's going to be the one that does the personal foul here at the end. That would foul him out of this game.
Yes,
We very rarely see that, but Nick Hugo guarding the inbound. There's a chance he's the guy that does this and could very well foul out.
Definitely a quick foul here. Oh yeah, Bracken's gonna come over and swat Orland Mock. Orland Mock hit that big 3 earlier. It'll be a little bit ironic if Philly's designated defensive stopper is the one who seals the deal for them here on the offensive end to get this win. This would be something of, I know that Philly's not a bad team, and they're here playing at home, Liberty grounds, but this will definitely be a modest upset if they hold on here and pull out the victory.
Bigger than modest, you're looking at a team that's 6 games behind Run DMV. This would be a sizable upset, and it's why, single elimination tournament, which the Race to 1 is, we continue to caution, be careful, because just because you look at the originators 21-5, you face Bad Boys Cascadia or Atlantis, anything can happen on any given night. It took a miracle for Beasts of the East to beat Atlantis last night. You get Ill-a-delphia Elite beating Run DMV. You look at Originators needed a buzzer beater of a close game. I think that was against Queen City Kings. Any given night, any given thing can happen. We've seen this in March Madness. The Race to 1 will most certainly have its form of excitement, regardless of who the teams and the seeding are, especially with the neutral site games all taking place in Houston in August.
And let's imagine this Ill-a-delphia team does manage to claw its way into that final Race to 1 playoff spot. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable or too confident as the number 1 seed, whoever it might be, Originators or anybody else going up against this squad. I mean, we've seen tonight, they've got their defense going. They're hard to score on, and unless something crazy happens here the last 31.7 seconds, I'll walk away here with a pretty impressive victory over a DMV squad, and they did it largely without any heroics from Nas Hall. And that's traditionally been the formula for how Philly's gotten in the win column all year long. Didn't need Nas tonight. Juan Singleton showed up, Orlin Mock showed up, and on defense particularly, Owens and Lofton showed up, and would be an uncomfortable feeling facing this Philly squad if they can make it into the playoffs for the Race to 1.
They certainly need to win the vast majority of their final 6 games, tonight included. Taking plenty of time to get this shot. It's John Hudgens for 3, halfway down and out, and that should do it with 21.8 seconds left. We'll see if DMV feels the urge to foul as they check in Charles Pinkard. Interesting decision to go with Brackett, McDaniel, and Pinkard for the defensive possession, but of course it won't matter, as this will be run down by Darian King-Cross.
They are waving the white flag. They do get DKC out there on the court to celebrate the Ill-a-delphia victory over his brother's old squad, Run DMV.
And that will do it. That finalizes things here from the Liberty Grounds. Ill-a-delphia lead a 66-58 win when their backs were against the wall. They arrived and played well in that fourth quarter. Quan Singleton, Jermaine Owens carried the Elite past the final finish line. That's it for this one. Post Up is on deck. Bad Boys Basketball, Atlantis to follow. For my partner in the booth, E, for our production team, thank you for joining us. And as always, see the game, be the game.
An impressive win tonight here for Ill-a-delphia Elite here, putting on a absolute show here. And we are here to talk about it here on the Post Up. Welcome back to the Post Up. It is your host, LOB. And alongside with me today is the color man himself, Rick Blaze. How you doing, Rick?
Hey, I'm happy to be here. I am the color guy. The ladies call me Mr. Caramel, but you can call me the color guy.
The color
What a
guy.
game we had with Run DMV and Ill-a-delphia. I'm just gonna can I go into it right off the top?
Look,
Hello?
hey, look, you know what time it is. We're here. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what just happened.
Let's get to it. First thing I want to acknowledge, as I've done in the past, I want to acknowledge again, Brandon Smith has the ugliest jumper I've ever seen in my entire life for someone who's not 7 years old. All right, so now that I got that, I just have to announce that.
Got to get that one out the system, of course.
I have to get that out of my system. And also, I want to say that it's always good to know that my cohort Marsh always has me on his lips. Okay, so now that I got those two things out of the way, about the game, Ill-a-delphia brought the defense tonight. It was a drag them out, fight it out type of game, but they brought their defense. I'm concerned with the Run DMV. I've said this before. I think I'm going to really emphasize it now. They are a live by the three, die by the three team. If the three ball is falling, they're a scary squad. If the three ball is not falling, they can get blown out or they can not be able to compete in the fourth quarter. This is what you saw tonight. When the three ball is not falling, they are not the same team. I don't like that formula. As a Houston Rockets fan who watched James Harden and those Rockets do the same damn thing, I don't like that formula come race to one time because you can go cold from three, and then what are you going to do? So I think Coach Murray has a few questions he needs to answer with this team. But right now they live and die by the three, and tonight it didn't fall, so they lost.
Yeah, and whenever you talk about way that Ill-a-delphia Elite played today, I mean, it was mentioned earlier, but I do want to harp on it because I feel like it was very big, right? And I want to ask you about this, right? It was mentioned during the game as I got to catch it that Nas Hall was one of those guys that he had a quiet 15, 5 rebounds, 2 assists tonight. But I feel like the big thing was that even though he didn't really play his best, Ill-a-delphia still wins this game 66-58, which isn't a huge margin of victory. But what contributed to such a gap of a win? It could have been a lot closer, but what do you feel like contributed to that sort of gap of a win?
Two things. Ill-a-delphia, although Nassau had a solid game, it wasn't crazy, but it was a solid game. But their defense, they played really good team defense tonight. Ill-a-delphia did. They never let Run DMV get too comfortable in the paint. My man Nick Hugo Mania has been going crazy the last 2 weeks. So they've done a really good job of kind of keeping him at bay this game and keeping him from being so active in the paint. And also, again, Run DMV was not making their three. If they're not making their three ball, they're not the same team. They're not a winning team if they're not making their three.
Right. And I definitely feel like, the three ball is one of the key things when you look at this team, and the fact that it wasn't hitting for them tonight, I felt like, that was real big in the downfall. Down the stretch, I feel like there are 3-point shooting teams that are successful. We talk about the Warriors, and you talk about, how successful they are at shooting the three. Even if they're having bad nights, they have enough good 3-point shooters to make it work. Yeah. But when it's just nights that none of them are hitting, you're going to end up having games like this. So they got to regroup. I feel like there's got to be some sort of regroup. They got to get it back together. They got to figure out what the game plan is, what's going on, and bounce back from this, because this is a tough loss, especially with the race to one that everyone's been talking about coming up oh so soon.
Right. So, DMV is in the race to one. Ill-a-delphia is trying to find their spot in there. So they're fighting for their playoff lives. But let's be honest. With 4 or 5 games left in the season, you don't want your team to hit a snag or go on a losing streak going into the race to one. I don't care what no player says. I don't care what no coach says. You don't want to go into the race to one limping in, unsure of can you turn it on or off if you've been turning it off for the last few games.
Right. And I definitely do understand that. While we have this time here, I do want to go over some of the games that have been going on around the sim world as far as last night and later on today. We do want to talk about Indy Stripes going up against Oceana, 60-68 win there. Trayvon Abbas, 2 points. He didn't do so well in the game. Richard Hennessy was their main scorer, 10 points in that game. But guys like Bernari James, Barkley Lee James, we know how they do. 22 21 points. Barkley James, he played 23 minutes, didn't do so well, but contributed in other ways. H-Town also had a great game against Cascadia, 71-65. Tyrell Thompson had a great night. Arthur Lattimore had a great night. Those were great games. And the Yacht Club also finishing a close matchup, 59-53 tonight. And I bring up all of these games to get to our next point. You know, you talk about, games that close teams that are outside, just barely on the edge of the bubble. So I want to ask you, which outside team do you think has a shot at getting into that race to one?
Oh man. Good question. Let's see. I it's gonna so I think this. I think there's a team or two that's currently in the race to one that's not gonna make it. I don't believe in bad boys basketball. I think Cascadia has a chance to knock off bad boys basketball. Now, they didn't get the win today. They needed that win today. They did not get it. And they have 4 games left. Bad Boys has 5 games left. So Cascadia needs Bad Boys to lose one more game that they have than Cascadia. I think Cascadia can get in, and I think Bad Boys can get out. On the other side, nice a wrap. I don't think none of those guys. I don't think those guys are ready. I don't think ATLians are ready. Gulf Coast too inconsistent. South America's not ready. I think the Legend Conference is a lot. With 4 games left, 5 games left, in my opinion, the Legend Conference is a lot. Now, these teams may flip flop. No, I don't think they're gonna flip flop. I think it's a lot. I think 1 through 8, what you see right now, on July 13th, it's gonna be the same 1 through 8 you're gonna see when the race to one starts on the Legend side.
Right. And I feel
That's
like
big talk. That's big talk.
We talk about a lot of teams that are like on the cusp. Like I mentioned before, Yacht Club coming out with a victory. They're 15-12 on the season. And I feel like when you have records, when your teams that are like 13 and 15 and 12, right, where a single game could really shift the balance of where your rankings are whenever it comes race to one, and there's so many teams I feel like that are knocking on the door. But what's one team that you think, like, if they had a legitimate chance knocking on that door to get in, who do you think that is, and what do they need to do to be able to open that door?
I said earlier, Cascadia. I think they have a chance of getting in that door. They are currently out at number 9. Atlantis is, you know what? If I had to pick a dark horse, it would be Atlantis. The games they've lost recently has been very close games. I heard my cohort, he says they've been kind of playing above themselves. It may be so, but I think they're one of those teams that's really scrappy, really unpredictable, and you can mess around and take them for a week and then take an L. So I think Atlantis and Cascade are the teams I think has the best chance of kind of sneaking in. Again, on the other side, the Legend Conference, if I had to pick somebody, I would say ATLians. If I had to pick someone, I need to see how many home games they have left. They play better at home than they do on the road. They have 5 games left. I'm not sure how many of those 5 games are on home. But on their home court, I like their chances better than on the road.
That's interesting to that you mentioned that, right? You mentioned the Cascadia team. You said Atlantis could potentially be in there, and I feel like there's a lot of teams that are knocking on the door, but you need
LO, not a lot. No.
Oh, no,
a lot of pretenders. No, there's a lot of people that's faking the funk, baby. They play knocking. Okay. They knock. Who is it? They're not really knocking on the door for real.
They telling knock jokes, but they're not trying to get inside.
They're telling knock jokes. Yeah, they're just telling knock jokes really, really loud, but they're not really at the door.
All right. Well, look, we've got a great game coming up next. Two teams that you've mentioned earlier, Atlantis and Bad Boys Basketball. So you know what time it is. Well, let's get there. Yep. Let's post it up. Well, let's give me a 3 in the key. What are we talking about here? What's going on?
This is a huge game for both teams. Bad Boys is 13-13. Atlantis is 12-14. If Atlantis wins this game, they become 13-14, and now Bad Boys is now 13-14, which means they get to knock Bad Boys down and come up. Atlantis needs this win. Bad Boys, I don't trust them. I haven't trusted them all season, led by their guy Phenom. Haven't trusted him all season. I'm gonna pull for Atlantis to pull this one out. I got Atlantis pulling this one out.
Interesting. What's one thing? What's one thing you taking away from this game? Whenever we're watching it tonight, what's one thing that when you're watching? What are you looking for? What's one main thing?
I'm looking to see where's Phenom trying to get his buckets. What is he doing? Is he taking it to the rack? Is he going inside being dominant, or is he trying to shoot fadeaways? If he starts the game out shooting fadeaways, it's a wrap. Atlanta's got this in the bag. If he's shooting these doggone fadeaways at 6'9", 200-some pounds, forget about it. Atlanta's got it in the bag.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. You guys got Atlantis, Bad Boys coming up next. But Rick, I gotta ask you, right? And we got time for this, so I'm gonna bring this one up to you, right? When we talk about women here, all right? There's plenty of different plethora of women around the world. You know it, I know it, right? But there's always the ones that you gotta be cautious of. I say dangerous of, right? So let me ask you this: as far as the United States of the America, right? Which states do you gotta be most careful of when it comes to women, right? Like,
oh man, that's a loaded question.
When you go to
great question, Elo. Yeah, now so I've traveled a little bit. I've been on the study abroad or two.
Right.
So I would say, as far as the women goes, first of all, if you're ever in the state of Alabama, stay clear of those women. I have never seen a pretty Alabamian girl in my life. I challenge anybody on Discord, on YouTube, anywhere. Send me a valid picture of a woman who's from the state of Alabama, and man, I guarantee she has a face only a father could love. So I haven't seen a pretty girl from Alabama. Stay away from those women. Okay. Another state, stay away from the women. Let me see. Stay away from the women in New Orleans if you can. They some pretty specimens now. They can cook. They clean, but they crazy as all outdoors. Hello, I'm telling you, they crazy. It's all outdoors. They practice their voodoo, hoodoo. I'm telling you. And if you go to their home, LL will give you a game. Don't eat the spaghetti. Do not eat the spaghetti, LO, or it's a wrap, my brother. So the Louisiana women, stay away from them because they too out to handle, too much to control. And the Alabama women, stay away from them because you got to check for Adam's apples out there. That's just a no-go.
Oh, I gotta say this. I gotta say this before we get to the wrap up. I gotta say this, right? I have never met a woman, a sane woman, a good woman from Idaho, right? If I get to know a woman and I ask her where this is personally from my own experience, right? If I get to know a woman and I ask her where she's from and she says, "Oh, I'm from Idaho," I'm like, "Oh, I've never met somebody. I've never met anybody from Idaho."
You sure she's saying the state of Idaho, or she's saying something else really fast?
No. And see, and that's my thing, and that's what I'm trying to get at. And that's what I'm trying to get at. She's from Idaho, though. You know what I mean, you know what I'm saying, Rick?
I got you. I pick up what you're laying down, brother. I pick up what you're laying down.
Talk about me though, because that's not me. But like, I'm just saying, she said she was from Idaho, and I believe it. Trusted it since. Okay.
There's a lot of women from Idaho.
What I can trust in is some great basketball that's coming up next. Atlantis, Bad Boys basketball. For everybody tuning in at home, make sure you stay tuned for the post up coming up after this or the next post up, because we talk great basketball on here. Y'all don't want to miss it. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's your love and support. We appreciate everybody that supports us here in the Sim World. Go check us out on all of our social medias at World 4K. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you could join our Discord. Discord.gg/SimWorldNBA, where we just talk SimWorld basketball, NBA basketball, college basketball. You can even tell us about your basketball career and your basketball story. We just love talking about basketball here. But with all that being said, Rick, what's the pick?
They going in the chat. They going in on the YouTube, man. My man Jalen say Rick gonna have all three women from Alabama in his DM.
No, that's crazy. Look, we're gonna talk about it later.
I got to check the Adams out, baby. I see y'all. Game 2 coming up next. Y'all keep it locked. We got basketball
coming up. Stay tuned.
Triple header. I'm Shop Sportsplex for a game between Bad Boys Basketball and SimWorld Atlantis. First of all, Siege, how are you this evening, my friend?
Well, I'm doing lovely. Just got to watch a what a game. And here we have a game with major playoff implications, with two teams both trying to secure that final spot in the conference at the AC. Bad Boys Basketball holding it right now at 13-13. SimWorld Atlantis at 12-14. If SimWorld Atlantis can pull this one out, you've got three teams at 13-14 right there. These two and Cascadia. So this could really create kind of a jumbled up mess if Bad Boys can't pull this one out.
Yeah, it really could, and there is one of the players to look out for in this one. Blaine Kidd on the defensive end, but Blaine Kidd and Antonio Bogus, two players to watch for on this one, as well as, of course, Lorenzo Phenom for Bad Boys, always a player to look out for. Of course, can't forget a bit about Theophilus Hilton from SimWorld Atlantis as well. A lot of talented kids on both these teams, and this is going to be a really, really fun game, Steve.
Oh, absolutely, it should be. We just saw Theophilus Hilton drop 24 recently, and I mean, he went off, but he didn't really get as many minutes as you would have think for a guy playing that well. So maybe that'll be something different we see tonight. And in terms of Lorenzo Phenom, I'm actually really excited to see him match up with Keontae Smythe. Smythe did a really good job containing Levin Cutler the other day against Beast of the East. They did end up pulling out the victory in overtime, but Keontae Smythe did see what he can do against Phenom.
Yeah, and coming out of an overtime loss in their last game with SimWorld Atlantis, how do you think that's going to impact them, if at all, really coming into this game tonight? Because Bad Boys, they won their last game against the Queen City Kings, and that was a big margin win to 80-58. They really put it on Queen City in that one.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. Both these teams really have got some firepower to them. I think they've got underrated firepower, if you're asking me. Both teams have guys who are liable to go for, a 25-30 point game at any time.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's great help defense there. So we're Atlantis now. They're trying to answer quickly. They don't. They're not able to. Good effort, though, regardless. That was with it. Phenom kicks it back out. Vargas with it. Vargas is really... I don't want to say he's come on as of late because I think he's played pretty good all season, but I feel like now we're starting to see a lot of him. If that makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we've been saying it all season. What he is kind of that prototypical, I want to call him a pure point. He's a facilitator. He's a good defender. He can score a little bit here and there, but he's a guy who can really run your offense really well. And when you have a guy like Lorenzo Phenom, who you really could run the offense through him, having that point guard you can also run it through, they're a dangerous 1-2 duo, not just for the two of them, but in terms of making their whole team better.
Speaking of August, there he goes. Knew it was good as soon as he let it go. Why not let it fly, Siege?
Why not?
Why not? Like that?
We do see a number of that assists between those two, whether it's Vargas to Phenom or Phenom to Vargas. We do see a good number of those.
Well, there's Zilberman able to answer right back with the three of his own, tying the game. A little three-point shootout here. We saw Weaver hit one, Vargas, and now Zilberman.
Yeah, and I mean, the stakes are high for both of these teams, and they know it. I think we're going to see both of them kind of give it their best game tonight.
Yeah, it seems like whenever we have games on SimWorld TV, they are all more times than not always good. You know, again, going back to the BC to East Atlantis game, did not expect that one to go in overtime the way it was looking, but BC to East were able to rally back, and a crazy shot there from Freed Redmond got them into the OT period, which I think really, unfortunately for someone Atlantis, was their downfall. They needed to win that game in regulation.
I mean, absolutely. Fareed Redmond had a very quiet night, but then in the last 3 minutes of regulation, hit 3 very big. Speaking of big, there's Smythe with the slam. But yeah, Fareed Redmond turned it on after a quiet night. In the last 3 or 4 minutes, hit 3 very timely threes, including the buzzer beater to go to overtime. But what it really was for Beast of the East was they went to overtime, tied at 67, got the first bucket, and that gave them the magic number of 69 first. From there on, it was a closed book.
And you know the rules, folks. The first 69 wins the game. I don't make them. I just follow them. All right. There is another bucket for SimWorld Atlantis and Hilton, continuing to start hot here in this one. I think both teams in general really have started very hot offensively.
Yeah, and it did. You got to start to ask the question: is it hot, or neither of these teams great defensive teams? But it could be both. It could be both.
Could be a case of both, right? You know, you never know. There's Mickey Hartman getting himself a bucket. 14-10. Atlantis lead. Spoke about the defense a minute ago, Steve, and looking at the numbers here for both teams. Trying to find... my apologies. Trying to find the numbers here for the defense on my sheet. Scanning my sheet looking too hard. 16-10. Atlantis out in front.
And I'll tell you what, defensively and offensively, right there we saw Smythe run the floor, and he does have a little bit of an athletic advantage against Phenom. Although Phenom there loses him, but I think we saw him running the court, and that's what he's going to have to do all day. If he can continue to run the court and kind of use that maybe small edge he's got in athleticism, he can be a difference maker in this game.
Playing kid trying to hit a three, can't get it to go. Bad Boys grabbing the rebound. You know, Zoe is one of those kids who I think he surprises you at times with how athletic he is, given, you know, his height. He is one of those finesse big men, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Like to see him get a little bit more power in his game, but Atlantis takes the first time out. 16-14 lead for them. We're going to take a quick break. Coming back for the last 155 of the first quarter.
Hold up
Welcome back, everyone, to Detroit and the Body Shop Sportsplex. 16-14, Bad Boys in the lead. Want to take a minute to let everyone know that if you are new to SimWorld Hoops, this is your first time here tonight at the game, why don't you follow us on social media? SimWorld 4K everywhere, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all those places. Follow us over there. And if you're interested as well, come and be a part of our SimWorld universe as a commentator like me and Siege, or as a writer, or, player, coach, all that good stuff. That is all going to be at the Discord location. It is discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. Go over there and get all that information. Join the SimWorld community and be a part of what we're building here.
Be the game, write the game, call the game, talk the game. Come on.
Yes.
You can do it all. You can do it all.
It all writes itself, right? Getting back to action here, though. 16-14, again, Atlantis in the lead. We were talking about Lorenzo Phenom during the break and a lot of other players here, and both big men, Smythe, Hilton, and Lorenzo Phenom, all of those kids are doing their parts for both their teams to begin this one season.
It'd be a great big man battle. You got one who's a little bit more known for his defense. You got one who's much more known for his offense than his counterpart in this game. But like I said, it's going to be fun to see those two kind of go head-to-head all night.
Really, Bo Pagnotti got the bucket there on the layup. Pagnotti Poppy always out in full effect here in SimWorld Hoops. Whenever he's playing in the game, he has a loyal fan club. They travel very well. There's a lot of them here in the stands tonight as well. Ooh. Nifty spin move from Bo Pagnotti. Absolutely refreshing spin move there from Bo Pagnotti. Love to see it. Those are the kinds of things that always get a crowd in their feet. And have the girls cheering for extra loud too. And there's Zaid Pearson entering with 2 points of his own. Tying the game back up at 18. Back and forth here these last couple of minutes. It was winding down under a minute now, 35 seconds left in the quarter. There's a foul on Richards. First one of the game for him. Free throws coming up for Bad Boys, and guess who's taking them? Well, Pagnotti.
He's a great guy to have coming off the bench. I mean, he's a really talented player, and being able to get him to buy in to that role, specifically kind of coming off and being the guard who runs things for the second unit, is a real asset to have.
Yeah, he did a lot of that last year too, last season. So it's good to see him back and relishing really in that role. Not everyone is going to be okay with taking on a role like that. Most want the glitz and glamour and shine that comes with being a starter in any league, but not everyone's going to start. Someone has to come off the bench. And if you're a kid like Bo Pagnotti and you take pride in that role, more times than not, this is the result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, a lot of people want the glitz, the glam, the shine. But you can fill your role, sometimes, especially at this level, when you got recruiters looking at you and things. If you can fill a role, you might actually get more chances to shine coming off the bench with the second unit and facilitating for that unit rather than playing next to two great scorers and facilitators in, Samuel Vargas and Lorenzo Phenom. You kind of get to be the guy with the second unit. So it could also really be just kind of a smart play as he gets a defender's face. But it's a humble thing he does for sure.
Absolutely humbling. We got a good game here in our hands. 21-18, Bad Boys out in front. Come back for the second quarter here at the Body Shop Sportsplex. Welcome back, everyone. Second quarter action set to begin. 21-18, Bad Boys in the lead, and Nathaniel Zilberman leading the way for his team. 6 points to begin the first quarter, and he's had a really good night to start, Siege.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's another one of those guys who doesn't get talked about quite as much as I think he needs to be in terms of talent. He can be a piece who moves on and is a really good piece for a contending team at the next level as well.
Oh, my goodness.
There it is.
Whoa, Pagnotti. Pagnotti posse going crazy to begin the second quarter. He had a really good first quarter, too. Leading the way for Bad Boys in the first quarter. 7 points, now 9. He's going to add an assist to it as well.
What a slam.
What a slam, what a pass. Perfect execution all around on that one.
Beautiful basketball.
That's what you love to see, especially at this level too. When, again, a lot of these kids are trying to find their game, and there is a unfortunate 3-second violation. Can't camp out in there. Gotta watch your feet.
Unfortunate mental errors you can't make in a game like this with the stakes that are on the line right now.
No, can't have those. Those are the kind of mistakes that can land you on the bench if you have enough of them. Hook shot does not fall. What a good effort, though. Atlantis trying to get a shot up, and it falls. Got tongue-tied there. Contested shot. Falls from Zimmer Atlantis and back to 5. There's the ball, gets 5 and in off the glass.
Easy take.
Beautiful. Got right by his man. Made it look easy. When you can go by your man like that, that's just academic at that point.
Atlantis got out to a really hot start in their last game. Looks like they had a lot of firepower, and they did in this game as well, but it's kind of slowed down a bit. Bad Boys basketball has not, and they need to be careful of finding something on offense before Bad Boys runs away with this.
It has tapered off a bit for Atlantis for sure, and again, see, you spoke about it earlier. Is it good defense, or is it good offense, or is it just the defense is not showing up? Both teams averaging around 69 points, allowing that per game. So they're both allowing the magic number of points per game.
Oh boy, we are set up for a magic finish then, it looks like, D-Ron.
Yep. Atlantis is 69.7 to be exact. So we could say 70, but for the memes, we'll say 69. Pagnotti is going absolutely bonkers here in this game. My goodness, 31 points for Bad Boys, and I would say Pagnotti might have at least 12 or 14 of those by this point in time, Steve. We're going to take a quick break. I want to find out how many points Pagnotti has. We're going to check the sheet. I'll be right back, y'all. Right back. Welcome back, everyone. 31-22. Bad Boys in the lead. They've opened it up here a good bit thanks to Bo Pagnotti. 13 points from him to begin the game. And Siege, he is firing on all cylinders. A perfect 6 for 6 from the field.
Yeah, he's looking really good so far. I mean, you know, we were joking around at the break. You know, Lorenzo, where is he? Bo Pagnotti, new star of this team, looking great. And I think that really goes to show you, you know, what we were talking about earlier. If you can find your role off the bench, it's not always a bad thing. There's a world where you say that, I don't know, that he gets that kind of green light and that kind of shot volume in the starting lineup with that starting rotation. So he's getting a chance to show out, and we know he's talented. So I think he's found the perfect role for him.
Yeah, I don't know, like you said, if he gets those looks in the starting lineup with the firepower they have, there's no room for him out there on the floor of starter. But on the bench, he's, like you said, carved himself a nice role and looking to stay perfect. He does not, just barely. Perfect 3 comes to an end. Broadcaster's curse strikes again.
Come on, we didn't have to do him like that. But yes,
Blaine
we did.
Yeah, Blaine Kidd looking to drive and finish over Phenom with the tough layup there, going into the body of Phenom and finishing. It's not an easy thing to do, Siege.
No, absolutely not. We talk about body control in the paint a lot for these guards, and there's Bo Pagnotti yet again. He's ready to take over.
Man, he really is. It's like it's the NBA Jam, so they got the smoke coming from him. I mean, one more, you know what that means, right?
En fuego.
Absolutely. Inside, working on Phenom. Can't get it to go with the rebound, but Phenom there, quick hand, ripping it away.
Phenom showing a little defensive talent as well. He's got that.
Absolutely, it's Pagnotti. That was a heat check shot for him. The smoke has come down a little bit. He's like, all right now, he's back to normal. He's human after all, it seems. Great help defense, contesting the last possible moment there, allowing Bad Boys to grab the rebound and limit them to 1 possession. That's also going to be a big thing too. With as important as this game is for both teams, Siege, who do you think a win benefits more?
Well, like we said at the top, an Atlantis win would mean that Bad Boys, Cascadia, and Atlantis are all tied at 13 and 14, and that's with the Bad Boys holding the 8th seed right now. So that would be a big win for Atlantis to kind of say, hey, we're all on an even playing field. Let's just see how the rest of the season goes. But because of that, I think that the distance it would put between them and those 2 other teams makes it a bigger win for Bad Boys if they were able to pull it out.
Absolutely. Either way, Siege, it's a big game regardless. I will see Keontae Smith at the line for 2 shots after the foul on Bo Pagnotti. First one up for him. No good, missing the first one. And in a game like this, as we've spoken about already, you got to make your free throws. They're very, very important. So tough to see this first one not fall here, but you gotta get one of these here at least now.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I mean, you gotta hit your free throws. You talk about it a lot. You know, free throws are kind of important around here.
And you make it a 10-point game with that at least. The difference between 10 and 11, I mean, I know it's one number in the meme sense, like, yeah, you know, it's only a number. What's the big deal about it? But there's something about playing from 10 down versus, 12, 13, 14. You get the point. There's a big difference there in terms of how you feel about the game. Losing control of things there towards the end. Maybe a block there from Smith, not quite sure on the possession. Feel like a block, but also maybe, buddy hands about it at the end. I don't know. Important thing is Atlantis has possession again and looking to score, cut it down to under 10. Can't do it. Great defense there. Forcing a 1 possession again from Atlantis. Bad boy defense. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry about that. They've got to find a way to get something going on offense. Because Bad Boys is found up.
Wow, all right. Man, that man, you like to see him get by or use his body in that situation more, but I mean it worked, so you know, come see himself, I guess.
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works, man. And there's Theo Hilton getting one of his own. 10-point game still. That boy is in control.
I would personally be looking to get Hilton going. If I'm Atlantis, we know that he can score in bunches. Just kind of draw some plays.
What a big shot from Nathaniel Garcia. With the hand in his face, despite the step back, it did not matter. For Garcia, he nailed it. The Blaine kid answered on Atlantis' end. It's a 40-29, make it 42-29. Bad Boys lead. Though, once again, hitting.
And they're kind of just starting to run away with this one. Atlantis needs to kind of get something together right now, see if they can get a couple buckets and a couple stops before the half, and have at least a little bit of momentum going into it.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where you got to get something. There's a tie-up. We'll see a jump ball between the two big men here, as it should be, I guess. Atlantis wins the jump ball. At least it's not, you know, Smythe going up against Bopagnati. I don't think even he'd win that one. But Bad Boys out here working pretty well here. 30 seconds left in the first half of play. Been a dominating start for them, and they've really, like I said, taken control in the second quarter. Atlantis has to figure out something here towards the end of it, and you know, Coach Wheeler has to get a timeout here. Or Coach Wood has to get a timeout here at some point, I think. Maybe not now, but got to talk it over in the locker room, figure out some things, make some big changes because you're down big. Got to figure out something, anything here. That shot does not go for Atlantis. Bad Boys will take a commanding 42-29 lead into the locker room.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, B-Ron, what we saw there was Bad Boys basketball playing really well. We saw Bopagnati come off and just be an absolute bucket off the bench. I think what got kind of put into the shadows by that, Lorenzo Phenom has been dishing the ball. He has been finding his teammates, making some great assists. I'm not exactly sure what the number is, but we'll bring that back to you after half. But let me just tell you, he's dishing the ball. He's facilitating that offense well. On the other side, Atlantis, they came out hot. It was a little shooting contest to begin with. They've kind of slowed down a bit, and that's a problem we saw them have against Beasts of the East in the second half. And, you know, they dropped that game after looking really good at first. What I will say is if they want a chance to make the race to one, if they lose this game, they're not out of it. They're not out of it statistically, but if they are to lose this game, they got to worry about how can we stay consistent throughout the game, because that's what I'm seeing as their issue right now.
Yep, we'll see if Bad Boys can stay hot. Coming back for the second half of action. What do you see?
And to make it two-possession game, and they will!
Definitely going to have to look elsewhere. Oh! second half action getting ready to begin here at Body Shop Sportsplex. Thank you all for joining us so far. Reminder, we have one more game coming up after this one. That's between the Bay Area Breakers and the Beyond the Arch. Beyond the Arch. Apologies. That's going to be a fun one. But here in this one, been a big three here of different proportions. We're seeing Pagnotti Jr. We're seeing Lorenzo Phenom and Daniel Bogus get things done here for Bad Boys. But they lead 42-29.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, it's a little early to call it panic time, but for me right now, this is panic time for Atlantis. They've got to get something going because Bad Boys are looking good. They look like they're running their offense really smooth. They're hitting shots. Didn't hit that one, though, so that's a good thing. You take that momentum if you're Atlantis, but they have to find something that works offensively, and Theophilus Hilton works.
Theophilus Hilton works every time, and when it's a dunk like that, it's always easy to get those things done, unless, of course, you're Julian Wright. I hope someone out there got that reference because that's one of those moments that lives rent free in my head. It's so good. It's so good every time. But
ooh, tough take.
Tough take there, but Malcolm Chamberlain gets a foul called on him, and we'll see free throws coming up for Theophilus Hilton.
Shooting 2.
He's the guy who won at the line for Atlantis. One of the top scorers on the team. Can make it a 10-point game here with 1, and with 2, it'll be a 9. So getting it under 10 is most important right now. You can build from there. And like you said, I think it does start with Hilton. Go ahead, Jay.
Absolutely. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, we talked about it a lot. You stay within that striking distance. That phrase, the striking distance. If you can get yourself in there, going into the fourth, you got a chance.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, me and Marsh spoke about it the other day, hanging around long enough, good things will happen. It might be one of those things for Atlantis where it might be the strategy here, but you can't hang around and let it be out of control or let it be a 10-point game. Phenom, though, they're under the rim, 0 for 2. He did get a third shot out of that, but at least 2 of those were missed. He should have made one. He made the first one.
Yeah, you really could have had a mismatch there, and everything got great positioning and just couldn't put it in. That's just, you chalk that one up as just a mental error, I would honestly say. I don't even know how else to put that.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you look at, and you go, how did you not make that? That's an automatic thing. Should be Bogus for 3. No good. Shot clock winding down. Had to get the shot off. It almost fell, but fortunately for them, it did not. So Atlantis chance to respond? Not yet, but on the glass is Smythe. Up and good.
I might even try to play not necessarily through Smythe, but get him in some pick and roll actions. We know he's going to do that because this team is one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the league. Some would say that's because they also miss the most shots in the league. Not the most, but they're up there. But Keontae Smythe is no stranger to the offensive glass, but I would like to see them maybe get him in some pick and roll action, use that athleticism at the big position to maybe, get in a good position and get it to him down low. See if he can, get some buckets for him. That might be an avenue they want to explore right now.
Yeah, that is a good place to start as any. Speaking of other good places to be, right here on SimWorld TV here on YouTube. Be sure to follow us over here. Give the stream a like if you're already here. And just continue to support the content we have here. We have multiple things going on, multiple podcasts. Me and Siege's new show started up on Wednesday of this week. SimWorld Today. There is also Mark's podcast, Talk 30, Maestro podcast, Brick Blades, Blazing Tapes, and of course you can't forget about Around the Table with E and Big Bob.
A great lineup of content we've got here. You're missing out if you're not in the Discord.
Not in the Discord, not on YouTube. Do all those things, man. As I said, come be a part of the SimWorld universe. We would love to have you. It's a 42-35 Bad Boys lead here as we get set to begin action again. Resuming, I should say, as the light there at center court has finally been turned off. We're back to play here, Steve.
At the body shop, doing something. Alright, I love that song.
That's all they're getting out of you, right?
No more. Come on. You gotta buy tickets to my show if you want the rest. Come on.
There you go. The one man show. That is Steve.
One man show. Let's talk about Evan Turner. If we're gonna use that nickname. That's what they were calling him coming out of college.
You know, I liked Evan Turner coming out of college. I did, but you know, it didn't really. I don't say pan out for him like I would have hoped. But you know, it doesn't for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people talk about him like he wasn't that great. He had a decently successful career. He made a good amount of money in the NBA, got some good minutes. He just wasn't a star like people thought he might be. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah. And I think another thing to remember, too, about the NBA that I think a lot of people seem to forget sometimes is that even when you are a star player coming out of college and you get to the NBA and you don't perform well, some people will go to say, oh, he's a bum, X, Y, Z, whatever. But you got to remember that these are the best of the best in the world playing professionally. So you know, there's only 4,000 some players that ever played in the NBA. So that is one, like, not a lot to do when you think about it. But number two, you know, you have to put it in perspective. If you go to a gym and you see Evan Turner there, good luck guarding him. You know what I mean?
No, if you open runs, you find Evan Turner, you're not guarding him. But as you said, 4,000 some odd players have ever played in the NBA, and I could have been one of them if I didn't blow out my hip in high school.
There it is. There it is. There's always the one, man. And I am sure a lot of you know that guy or that person who says they could have gone pro in export.
No, you should have seen me. You would not have made the league. Oh man, if I didn't have my knee, it was my knee.
It's always the knee, man. It's always the knee. Me and my brother, we always joke about these sorts of things when it comes to that kind of, because those are when someone gets injured, it's always the ACL, and now it's just a meme between me and him. It's always the ACL. It's not like in a wish harm on someone sort of thing, obviously. But it's just ironic that it's always that type of injury you get that happens to them.
Yes, there's a lot of sharp cuts and such in basketball, so it definitely is a vulnerable spot.
The SimWorld Atlanta takes a timeout. We're going to take a break of our own. Come on back. 46-37. Bad Boys basketball still in the lead. Welcome back, everyone. 46-37. Bad Boys in the lead. 2:50 to go in the third quarter. A 10-rebound game for Keontae Smythe here, Siege.
Keontae Smythe, he's showing out. Like I said, it's going to be an interesting matchup with him and Lorenzo. Keontae Smythe is one of those guys, doesn't really get a lot of attention offensively, defensively, but does add a lot of value in terms of rebounding and defense. Kind of reminds me of, one of those Clint Capella type guys. Like, doesn't really have any kind of bag at all, but does find a spot because he can make a contribution with his athleticism and his size.
All right, exactly. He'll find a way to be used, right?
Absolutely.
And as a reminder, we are off tomorrow, but There will be games on Saturday. 2 games, 10 and 11 a.m. SimWorld Oceania taking on Lakeshore Drive, and SimWorld South America taking on SimWorld Africa at 11 a.m. Both of those are going to be on SimWorld ESPN. So look out for those games in the morning. International action.
We're going abroad, Iran.
Going abroad, man. Love to see it, and you love to see that kind of bucket from Nathaniel Zilberman. If you're SimWorld Atlantis, who has struggled recently offensively, they haven't looked really good since that first quarter, and you got to figure out a way. But it's tough to do that when Bad Boys basketball is hitting like they are in this one. That was Daniel Garcia, I believe, who made that one.
I believe that's his second step back 3 of the evening.
Yes, it is.
He came saucy with it tonight.
Yeah, came out and put some extra dip on his chip for this one, man.
All right, I gotta ask then, V-Ron, since you brought up the topic of chip, are you? You're eating chips and salsa, right? Or eating chips and guac, whatever you want to. Chips and queso, whatever you want to say. Chips and dip. Are you a dipper or are you a scooper?
Scooper, man. You gotta scoop, man. That's how you get the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. I will say I saw something saying that, for a relationship to work, one person's got to be a dipper and one's got to be a scooper. Because if you're both scoopers, there's never enough dip. If you're both dippers, there's always too much dip. So it's just an offset balance,
That's a valid point. I never thought of it like that. But, personally, I'd rather use all the dip. So, look, we got 2 scoopers, man. Let's just do it up.
Let's just get a lot of dip.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Why limit ourselves?
Yeah. We could always get more dip.
Exactly. They're not going to run out of dip.
Fun. Opagnati, though, getting a second foul of the game. No, Darian Hunt going to the line for 2 free throws for Atlantis. And don't look now, but they've got it under 10, which is good. And they're trying to get it to, what's that, 6 points now? 8 points? Math is hard, Siege. Leave me alone.
This one will come to 7 points. You hit the 2 numbers on the other side, but now he'll have a chance to cut it to 6.
Hey, I was right in the long run. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Okay. No one's gonna clip out of context anyway. It's fine.
Look, I'm not. Everyone's got their own style and stuff, but did Atlantis just order the stock jerseys off of Gildan? Is that what those are?
It reminds me of the Great Britain World Baseball Classic jerseys. If you've seen those teams, you know that's what I'm talking about. There is Agnati. Once again, he's been active all game, continuing to stay active here in the third quarter, having a tremendous game off the bench for Bad Boys. And Coach Munch Williams is looking like a genius with Agnati played tonight off the bench.
If there are scouts watching, which there usually are at least a couple scouts watching every game at this point in the year. They're taking note of what Pagnati can do off the bench. You know what it reminds me, and maybe it's because he's wearing the number 8. You know who is phenomenal coming off the bench even in college and has made himself into a star in the NBA? Zach LaVine. People forget he played all season at UCLA. And guess what? He got scouts looking at him and found a place as a star in the NBA. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of guys who will find their place at any level, Theophilus Hilton could be one of those guys as well.
Yeah, he really could. Pagnati's also getting looks from Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State. We've got some big schools looking at him. We are going to end the third quarter there, though, Steve. 51-47. Bad Boys out in front. Still got a small lead. We'll see if they can hold on to it and close it out here at the Body Shop Sportsplex. Come on back. Post-quarter action right around the corner.
Car's all yours.
Thanks. Cars.com's expert reviews made it easy, but...
Shouldn't there be more back and forth? You missed the drama, right? Yeah. Maybe this will do the trick.
It's a puppy.
Not a puppy, a wolf.
What now?
He's a wolf. And that is its incredibly protective mother.
Put the wolf down.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yep.
Okay.
I go hard in the pain even when I'm tired. till it's daylight. Yeah, inspiration ain't required. I go hard in the pain even when I'm tired. 'Cause tomorrow ain't promised. I give my all, ain't nothing left. No tomorrow ain't promised. There's no tomorrow, no tomorrow.
Welcome back, everyone. Fourth quarter action set to begin. It's close enough, right, Siege? I could do it. Put those scores up, everybody. It is fourth quarter time. 51-47. Bad Boys out in front, but Atlantis having some life here, showing some life late in the third, and now they've got it within a more manageable range than it was previously a couple quarters ago.
What are they doing there with that matchup? They just got it within 2, and they got Blaine Kidd down there guarding Lorenzo Phenom. All due respect to Blaine Kidd, full of a scorer, great offensive player, but what is he doing guarding Lorenzo Phenom one-on-one in the post? I don't think that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be doing that, but Theophilus Hilton gets Atlantis to within 2. Man, here we go, Siege. We didn't know when we'd see Atlantis catch fire, and they've caught enough fire to get to within 2 as Chamberlain attacked the rack and finished it smoothly off the glass.
Ooh la la.
Very, very pretty finish from Malcolm Chamberlain. Him and Phenom make a good pairing together, I think.
Absolutely. Malcolm Chamberlain's more of like the athlete, the running dunk kind of guy, but I mean, he does have that in his bag. He's got the skill to him. And then Phenom is a very, very skilled player who, might not be as quick as Chamberlain, doesn't jump quite like him, but he can play. They can both play, and they can both do a little bit of everything.
Absolutely, and there goes Chamberlain once again. Back-to-back possessions go his way. 57-51, Bad Boys in the lead by 6. They can do that, man. -1. Easy, man.
Okay. Oh, he sold it.
Gotta have those. Those.
That's one of those ones you're watching film of the game tomorrow, and he gives him that dirty look, like you had to sell my assist like that.
Right? Yeah, exactly. But there is Phenom again on Blaine Kidd. Gotta get him the ball in the post. But instead, he ripped away. Darian Hunt going the other way, looking to finish. It gets rejected. Welcome to the block party, young man. Refreshments are on the bench, and Phenom coming the other way with it.
Oh, there he is.
No, Phenom one-hand jam.
When you got 2 guys who can facilitate and score like August and Phenom running together, I mean, you just get to see some beautiful plays like that.
Absolutely dangerous when it works out like that. When it works out that way, as Phenom grabs the board, it's the 8-point Bad Boys lead, looking to get it back to 10. It'll be great for them, and not there, but Phenom on the glass. He's setting the shot clock for the team as well. Cross-court pass, Chamberlain in the corner, 3 ball, no good.
And there's still time in this game, about 5 minutes left. It's only an 8-point game. They're maybe not right in striking distance, but they're right outside of it. I mean, a bucket and a quick stop and another bucket, and they're right here in it.
Yeah, in my opinion, Atlantis is right where they need to be. There's a difference. Not where they want to be, where they need to be. They are within, like you said, that striking distance range. There's a big shot there called 59-54. Now Atlantis has the hold here on defense for a possession. Weaver driving, good off the hop step layup. Very nice finish from Aiden Weaver.
Ooh la la.
Timeout called by Atlantis there. I think that's a good one there. After that bucket, they're going to get a break here for the action here, but we are going to keep going here. Talk a little bit of strategy, Siege. Late here in the game, 4:21 left in the game. What are you doing for Atlantis to get the lead, or tie the game possibly, and to get the lead and get out of here with the W?
First thing I'll say is they're playing a really small lineup right now, and it's not necessarily not working for them. But if they come back out of this timeout without Smythe on the floor, if I'm Bad Boys, I'm going straight back to pick and roll with August and Lorenzo Phenom, and just, I mean, that's easy money when the biggest guy you got on the court against them is 6'7" in Del Orbe. That's just a tough one. But what they really need to do, Hilton's making it work. They need to get him open. When they give him the ball, they're double teaming him. So have him come off some screens, have him do what he needs to do, maybe some drive and kick action, get him some shots, get that guy some shots. It's well within reach right now.
Yeah, drive and kick action is always good. It lets your shooters do what they do best. And Atlantis has some shooters, has the kids who can shoot the 3 ball on their side. Silverman comes to mind, Mickey Hartman, Blaine Cade comes to mind as well. So they have kids that can shoot the ball, and you need those kids to be productive here, especially down the stretch. Quick work from Atlantis, though, out of the timeout, speeding to the lane for the layup finish. Yo Palos Hilton, ladies and gentlemen.
He's a hooper.
A hooper, as we would say. As the Phenom fadeaway does not fall. Rick Blaze somewhere screaming at the TV about that Lorenzo Phenom fadeaway.
And that's you can also chalk that up to the defensive intensity of Smythe right there. We'd seen Phenom go straight to the basket a couple times. Smythe back in, didn't do it on him.
Yeah, right. He said, "Not on me." You do it on Blaine Kidd, but not on me. Chamberlain to the rack. Get that out of here.
Another big defensive play from the big man.
Smythe coming up clutch his last couple of possessions here on defense for Atlantis, but now the offense has to do their part. Zilberman with it. On the top of the key. Looking to find some space. Ed takes a shot. It's good!
Get that guy up, Matt. Where is he going?
Nathaniel Zilberman, 61-59. Bad Boys still in the lead, but Atlantis giving them a run for their money here.
Don't mess with the Zilberman. He's a hairdresser by day and a hooper by night.
Absolutely. Kid is out here playing real well. Bogus looking to answer, but can't do it. 61-59 still. Zilberman attacking, drawing the foul. Isn't able to get the shot up, but Owen Pride drawing the foul.
And he's going to get a chance to tie this one up.
Yep, with free throws, no less. We spoke about it way earlier in the game, Siege. Yeah, I think that was first quarter talking about free throws when they missed them. Now, even more important. Crucial if I say so myself.
Just got to breathe here. Take your time. Follow through. Beautiful. Beautiful.
First one up and good. Look, bend the knees and all that good stuff, right? Get a good bend in the knees, get the shot up. You go through your normal routine at the line, whatever you got to do to get yourself comfortable. I know it's a raucous environment here. Depends on both sides here. Though, luckily, there's no fans in front of you. You're trying to take the free throws there, but on the side of you, they're in both areas yelling at you. But Zilberman unaffected. Battles both in. Tie ball game at 61. Ball gets for 3. Got it! Daniel Boggett.
Let's see if Atlantis has an answer for that one.
Clutch 3 from Boggess. Really good game from him. Now, Kid looking to respond with one of his own. Can't get it to go, though.
I felt like a rough shot there, B-Ron.
Yeah, I have to agree there. It was a little bit of a rush. Not the best look he could have gotten. As Phenom has the ball. Looking to the post, but no post. Hit a 3 ball. Another one falls. That's Aiden Weaver. Once again, hitting the 3. 67-61. Bad Boys in the lead. Always poked away, but Lance team possession, attacking the rag. Foul, no bucket though.
That was about to be a pretty little lay there. Back to the free throw line. We love the free throw line, Beyond. Here we are.
We love the free throw line. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I think at this point in the game, if you're Atlantis, the free throw line is your friend, number one. But also, you might want to consider slowing the pace down in some respects to try to get more looks at the free throw line.
Absolutely, I would agree. Just you got to breathe. That's why you shoot those free throws at the end of practice and run those sprints with them, because the biggest free throws, the ones that matter the most, are when you're the most tired at the end of games. Just keep your form. If you're Jeremy Sohan or Kevin Duckworth, you're going to use one hand, but other than that, you're going to want to keep a good, clean form and just knock them down.
The old one-handed free throw. Don't see that a whole lot these days. I don't know if we'll ever really see it again. But 67, 63 as those two free throws fall. Phenom in the post decides to kick it out. The Bogus has been hot in the last few possessions. Screened by Chamberlain. Bogus going inside, using his body. Layup, no good. Going away with it with Atlantis. They're looking to hit a three. They do it, rattles in. Who else but Theophilus Hilton? It's a 1-point Bad Boys lead.
And Bad Boys
7-66.
Bad Boys basketball with another chance to hit the magic number on this possession. Let's see if they do it here.
Yep, got it, hit it here. Fade away from Phenom. Nope, off the front of the rim, no good. And if Rick Blaze was yelling before, he certainly now. Maybe that's kid was in there too. Kid for three, it's good! Blaine Kid!
They've done it! They've stolen the magic number!
Steals the magic number from Bad Boys, 69-67. Atlantis out in front, under a minute left to go. 53 points. We're going to take a quick break. Come right back, folks. Welcome back, everyone. A Blaine Kid 3 gave Atlantis the lead before break, 69-67. The magic number has been hit, as Siege said before break. Theophilus Hilton, 26 points for Simward Atlantis in this one. He's been a big part of the opponents here tonight. And here late in the game, they need him even more.
What's even crazier, he's done it in, I think, like 21 minutes. He once again has outscored the number of minutes he's played. He did that against Beast of the East also. At some point, we're just going to have to get this guy a couple more minutes, I think. I think that might be the next move.
I agree. And right now, Steve, who's your player of the game at this point?
Right now, with the score standing as it is, it's Hilton, as we were just talking about. If Bad Boys basketball somehow overcomes the wise man's curse of 69 and pulls this one out, it's Bo Pagnani for me.
I will agree with you on both points. Phenom trying to do something there, but decides to do nothing and pass it out instead. Clock winding down, 30 seconds left. 3 in the corner for Bogus. Rattles home. What rhymes with pass? Splash. 70-69. Bad Boys in the lead.
And big shot, Bog doing it again. We've seen him in some big moments, make some big plays, and none bigger than that, trying to overcome the 69 wise man's curse. So I mean, that's magical right there, and that just speaks to his talent.
Absolutely. What a phenomenal series of possessions we've seen the last couple of minutes here. Seconds, I guess we'll say, between the 3-pointer from Blaine Kidd and the Bogus one here to give them the lead back. Man, this last 31 seconds is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, we're setting up for a big one from them. Hilton's the guy I want taking the shot, but whoever can get a good shot. You don't want to be too pressed. There's still 30 seconds left. If you can't get one, you don't want to rush it either, but you got time to foul, because even if they make both the free throws, you still have a chance. So we'll just see what kind of shot they can get.
Yeah, you'll say you've got time as Atlantis called a timeout of their own. As I guess they wanted to get a look at the defense there, see what they brought out. But so another timeout here for Atlantis here. Usually don't see that kind of thing happen back to back. One called a timeout, the other one called when to respond. That's more, I think, a football strategy than a basketball strategy.
I mean, I think so too, but you do what you do.
Do what you do, and after this game, we'll have the post up. LOB and Rick Blaze will be back for post number 2 of the night, and then the nightcap, the big game of the night, my game of the week from earlier in SimWorld today. We talked about it. Bay Area Breakers taking on Beyond the Arch. It's going to be a huge one, Siege. 2 big men in that game, Trey Hyman, Tyson Simpson, 2 of the best big men in SimWorld hoops this season, going at it. It's going to be that's going to be a fun game too. The nightcap, always impressive. And see, question for you to get back to action here. How does SimWorld Atlantis close this game? How do both teams close this game off for that matter?
Get Hilton coming off the screen, let him do his thing, whether that's a jump shot, pump fake, drive to the rim, whatever it is. He's your guy tonight. He's got 26. I mean, he's who I want the ball to go to. If they double team him, great, kick it out. But I think he's got an advantage over most of the guys one-on-one on the other side. So, and almost gets a back court.
Yeah, I gotta watch those speeds, especially off the inbound right there. The doubling, and there's a turnover. The pressure, falls in a off-kilter pass. As a result, Bad Boy's gonna get the ball back. Now they have a little bit of time to get things in motion. As a foul there from Mickey Hartman. Gonna get them one step closer to shooting 2 free throws. One more, they'll be in the bonus. The double bonus, to be exact. And there it is. So there's the second foul on Hartman. Bogus going to go to the line for free throws here.
Back at our favorite spot on the court, the free throw line. Big one. Got to knock him down. Big shot, Bog. Does that count at the free throw line too? Let's find out.
Yeah, we heard the PA announcer give that call as well. The atmosphere in here is insane, and I think it's so quiet here. Now you can hear a pin drop. Makes the free throws. These places are going to go crazy. First one up and good. 71-69.
I mean, he's big shot Bob. No way he's going to miss one of these free throws.
Don't see it happening. He missed
Oh my God. Big shot Bob.
He's unbelievable. You soak it up, man. Well, here we go. Last 10 seconds here. Wilberman inside. Kick out to Hartman for 3. It's good! Mickey Hartman gives SimWorld Atlantis the lead back again. A 1-point game now. 72-71. Bad Boys call their final timeout. 8.2 seconds. They'll have the ball up on their side of the court after the timeout, which gives them an advantage on this final possession, Siege. Who's the ball going to? Who's the play for?
Well, I'll tell you who the play is going to right after this break.
Tell me a little something. Should I recall? Yeah. Y'all know how I go down, right? They always want to hold me down. Y'all know. Tell me a little something. Should I recall? Yeah. Y'all know how I go down, right?
Welcome back, everyone. The Atlantis bench is absolutely on fire. I don't blame them. Hit the big three from Mickey Hartman, and now 8.2 seconds left. Final shot here. We'll see where it goes. Phenom with it. Out here goes inside. The foul is called on Keontae.
Wow.
1.8 seconds left. Go ahead, Steve.
You got great defense from Smythe all night. You can't get a foul there. You got to contest it, but you can't foul there. And Lorenzo Phenom is not the kind of guy who's going to miss these big free throws.
Well, you know what, Siege? We've said that a lot of times here tonight, and a couple of times we've been proven wrong. We'll see here.
Good to hear a pin drop in here right now.
1 point game. Phenom gets the first one to go, all tied up at 72. 1.8 seconds left, so no timeouts for either side. Quick shot's going to have to happen. It'll have to be a Hail Mary regardless of what happens here on the second free throw from Phenom. He nails them both. Ice water in his veins. Lorenzo Phenom, Hail Mary shot up. No good. Bad Boys escapes in this one. The curse of 69 off the wayside here in this one as they win 73-72 despite Atlantis being the first of 69. Well, for myself, B-Ron, for Siege, a swim reduction team here. It's for the post-up, and then Game 3 afterwards between Beyond the Arch and Bay Area Breakers. It's Simba basketball. Remember, the only place where you can see the game and be the game. See you in the post-up.
Well, there you have it, folks. A crazy 3-point shot, some missed free throws, and you've got yourself a 73-72 victory. We are back here on the post-up LOB once again. Rick Blaze, the man himself, and we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to uncover here with this game that we just witnessed. I mean, what a game. Just what a game from start to finish, Rick, honestly.
Yeah, it was an exciting game. You can tell both teams had a lot to play for. We talked about the playoff implications on both sides. And, man, I predict Atlantis to win. They lost. Great team game by Bad Boys. Had 4 players in double digits, led by the Pagnotti posse himself. Bo Pagnotti with 17 points. Phenom, Bogus both teams played really, really hard. Their foul at the end and Phenom making 2 free throws was a deciding factor, but it was a fantastic game. We already in playoff basketball for some of these teams, and I'm for it.
We definitely are. I mean, Theophilus Hilton, even though Atlantis didn't come out with the victory, it was huge. 26 points tonight.
Wait,
how
do you say his name? His first name?
I say Theophilus. Am I saying it wrong?
No, I don't. I never say it at all. I just call him Theo, like the Huxtables.
Oh,
I just say
you
Theo.
know what?
And
now that you mention that, I probably should start doing that. I should start calling him that. But Theo Hilton, 26 points tonight. I mean, what was the difference? Like, what was the difference maker in this game?
I would say that I don't know. It was a really close game. They had one extra possession. Like that was, I'm not really lost for words often, but
look, hey, and let me tell you, as a reporter, I'm gonna be honest. Like sometimes you just don't have the answer. Like you don't. If you would ask me the same thing, I would have probably said the same response because I don't know. I think it's just
you don't have the answer.
Who had it at the end? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
whoever had the ball in the end.
Exactly, it was a possession game. Atlantis actually shot a better field goal percentage than Bad Boys did. So when you look at the stats, one stat kind of countered the other, it was a game of possessions. Bad Boy had the possession at the end. First of all, Atlantis made a terrible turnover before that, right? They made a terrible turnover. Uninsistent turnover with like 13 seconds left or something like that left in the game. And then they had a foul Vargas. And then Vargas, they got lucky. Vargas made 1 out of 2. Then they came and hit the 3, took the lead. And then they fouled Phenom on the other side. Phenom hit 2 free throws this ball game. It was just came down who had the last possession. The team with the last possession won the basketball. And then my man almost made the damn 3-quarter court heave at the end of the game.
Did.
Like that was the only thing missing. That heave at the end of the game, I expected that to go in. I'm not gonna lie. After everything else, I fully expected that shot to go in.
And look, I'm gonna say this, right? And I don't want to harp on it too much because I'm already knowing social media is going to have a field day with what I'm about to say next. That last foul, all ball. It was all ball. His hand was on the ball. I'm telling you, it was. It was all. It had to be because there's like Keontae. Like, let's be honest, Keontae Smythe had a great defensive game, and I don't see him making a careless decision in the clutch like that to foul. Like, I don't see it. To me, it was all ball. It looked like his hand was all ball. That's all I'm gonna say about it. That's what it was. That's what it was. It just looked like his hand all ball.
I agree.
Throughout that entire defensive possession. You could have given a little bit of contact here and there, but they're both playing.
This. Yeah, I say this. With 2 seconds left in the game, let the players decide. It should have been a no call. I would have liked a no call.
I would have.
He's driving to the basket. It's 2.8 seconds left, so we know he got to shoot it. Everybody in the stadium know he has to shoot it.
He got to put the ball up.
Keontae Smythe made a defensive play on it. It was a solid defensive play. Whatever he did, it wasn't egregious. You know what I mean? I say just let the players figure it out, but that's not what happened. The Zebras got in the game, and you know what happened when Zebras get involved in the game. The Zebras sometimes depict how the game ends.
The Zebras start running wild. We're not here to judge.
The Zebras start running wild. Exactly.
That's all I'm gonna say. The Zebras start running wild. Well,
you can't let the Zebras run the zoo.
Yeah, and look, and to piggyback off that, this was such an amazing game in its own right. And this isn't even supposed to be, the game of the week or the matchup of the night. We got another one coming up after this. We got Bay Area versus Beyond the Arch. So, Rick, you already know what time it is. Let's post up. Let's get there. Let's talk about it. 3 in the key. Let's get to it.
Well, first things first, you got dog on dog. You got Trey Hyman and you got Tyson Simpson. That's going to be the matchup. That's going to be the key matchup. That's where everything starts. Trey Hyman's looking to have a better game than he had his last game. Last game didn't play so well. Matter of fact, my man, was it money? But keep for that he said he shut him down. Lath money.
Yeah.
Say, man, he said the bet was on him. He said all dollar bets on him last game. I'm sure Trey Hyman heard that. He saw that, and so I'm sure he's trying to avenge that. But he got a tough battle in his hands. Tyson Simpson is not for play.
He's not.
He is not for play. I told y'all, if you caught the podcast that I did, he came in second place according to my statistics, or he could have been tied for player of the year. I believe this year he is not for play. The key for this game is for Beyond the Arc. They're gonna have to get out and challenge Bay Area's shooters. You don't want to get Anderson. You don't want those guys getting going. You don't want Ship getting going. You got to challenge the shooters. And for Bay Area, they're going to have to contain Tyson Simpson. And if you're Coach Pope, let me say this, Coach Pope, if you're listening, don't be ashamed to throw a double on Big Tyson Simpson. If he's wearing you out, don't be ashamed. Ain't no shame in trying to win. You got to throw a second man, because I would rather someone else on BTA beat me than Big Tyson Simpson. I know what he can do. I won't make Daniel Orby or Orby or Orway or Nick Bowie. I want somebody else to beat me, not the big fella.
And it's hard for him. It's hard, when Tyson Simpson, like you said, he's not for play. He comes out here to handle his business. So, Coach Pope, if you are listening, show that pressure. Give him the pressure. Make him give up that ball. have somebody else beat you. That I feel like that's the only way that you can really go about it in this situation. Tyson Simpson is such a talented player, right? He's the number 6 scorer for a reason. All right, let's not diminish that fact. He's the number 6 scorer for a reason. The man gets buckets. You know what I mean? The man gets buckets.
Other players we keep track of them getting a double double. He averages a double double. He's like at 20 points, 9.7 rebounds, pretty much 10 rebounds a game. He's averaging a double double in the season. He's that guy. But hey, let me not sell Trey Hyman short. He looks like he lifts a lot of weights. He looks like he did 2 bids in Sing Sing the way he's built. So if there's any one person who can probably stand toe to toe physically with Simpson, it's probably Trey Hyman. I'm anxious how it's gonna go out. There's 2 heavyweights on a fight.
I mean, Tyson Simpson at 7 feet, that's hard to guard. But Trey Hyman at 6'10", 240, that's a weight. That's a big body, and it's gonna be hard to move that big body. So definitely look for that. But beyond the big man game here, which I feel like is the big umbrella over top of this. I mean, you got guys like Caden Shipp. You mentioned it before. Caden Shipp, Royce Anderson, Dime Hardaway for Bay Area, such efficient 3-point shooters for this team. How do you contain, the 3-point shooting of this Bay Area Breakers team, along with the fact that at any point in time, Trey Hyman does have a brother that plays on the same floor as him and can go off at any point in time?
Well, this is the thing. This is the luxury that BTA does have. They can stay at home on the shooters. Hey, Tyson Simpson go 1-on-1, baby. If you can't stop him, then nobody can anyway. If you can't contain him, nobody can anyway. Do your thing. Y'all go 1-on-1. We're going to stay home on our shooters and let those 2 big men battle it out. You know what I mean? Because if you're BTA, your team is not as deep. You don't have the type of team depth that Bay Area has. They can churn out guard after guard after guard after guard after guard. So you can't afford to double down. You can't afford to leave your assignment. You need to stay home because I know Coach Pope can do. If my guard's not making, I got another guard to put in the game. Ship not going, I can put Shanahan in. Somebody that's not going, I can go, like, they got guard after guard they can swing in there. So you have to stay home and let there's 2 Titan bigs just kind of implode on each other.
It's definitely going to be a huge big man battle underneath, and I gotta give these teams their props. Beyond the Arch, 15-12 on the season, I feel like this is a really big game for them, being on that cusp of the race of 1. So every game right now important to them. Bay Area Breakers, 18-8. That's huge, especially in the Legend Conference, trying to keep that top spot there in the Legend Conference as we get close to the race to 1. So it's one of those games. It's really going to be that big man duke it out. But I'm gonna say this: look for Daniel Ori, we talk about Daniel Ori. Look for him. I feel like if not Tyson Simpson, for Daniel Ori to have a big game tonight. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that coming up. But
Edo, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Came to me right now. We talk about the 2 big guys in the middle. We talk about Trey Hyman versus Tyson Simpson. It reminds me of the movie Godzilla versus King Kong. Which one is which? Who's the Godzilla and which one is King Kong?
I think I have to give King Kong to Hyman. I feel like, King Kong is just kind of like an aggressor, right? I'm not saying a menace, but he's just aggressive. He's big, he's aggressive when he's out there on the floor. And so I'd have to give, Trey Hyman to King Kong, but Godzilla, Godzilla is tall. Godzilla is taller than King Kong. I gotta give it to Tyson Simpson. Where you going with that? And the way that Godzilla, it just seems like those 2 fit the mold, right? That's just.
I didn't watch the movie, so I need to ask somebody. Made a producer put somebody there. Who won in the movie Godzilla versus King Kong? Who won? Did anybody know?
I believe that it was. I'll have to say I think it was real close, but I think that Godzilla won.
If Godzilla won in the movie, that's who's winning tonight. I got Godzilla tonight. Who you say Godzilla was?
Godzilla
won. All right, I got Godzilla winning tonight too. I got Tyson Simpson. Godzilla won twice in the movie.
He won, 2 times.
I got Godzilla winning on TV in the movies and Godzilla winning in SimWorld. That means I'm going for Tyson Simpson and BTA tonight.
All right. Well, let me get to my last point before we get up out of here, right? And I'm going to keep this one short. I'm going to keep this one simple. Plenty of celebrities out there in the world. If you had the
Mm-hmm.
chance, I mean, besides me, the illustrious, I'm not going to speak too much on that. But if you could choose any celebrity, any person to start a show with, any sort of show that you want to, who would it be and what would the show be like?
One celebrity to start a show with.
Whoever you want.
It will have to be Will Smith. The
Okay.
show will be we're just going around giving people slaps on the face and showing different techniques on how to use your hand properly to slap an MF or whenever they get out of line. It'll be get
The
out of line and
backhand,
watch what I
the
do. It's the
forehand,
name of the show. Get out
the
of line
high
and watch
slap.
what I do. It's the name of the show.
Mm.
Me and Will. We can take it across the country, baby.
You show them the backhand, the front hand,
Yeah.
the back
Oh no, I got
flip.
better title. I wish a mother would. That'd be the name of the show. I wish a mother
a
would.
mother would.
Keep my wife's name at your mouth.
I'd watch. Now, I'd pay good money to see that. I would pay great money to see that. I would pay
We used
great
to walk
money
up to
to
random
see
people
that.
and just slap. Yeah, that'd be the show. I'm
I'd
with
probably,
it. Will, call me.
go out and I'd probably go out if I had a show. I'd probably go out and find a James Harden fan and just talk to him about why he's infatuated with James Harden. I would just love to know, like just inside the mind of a James Harden fan. I feel like that would be a great show.
I can probably tell you why. The James Harden fanatics fell in love with James Harden when they were both at the strip club at the same time.
Probably.
So you gotta understand, see his proximity and
he's
action.
A man of the people. He was
He's
out.
A man,
he was outside.
He is the man
of the people.
That's why the James Harden fans are James Harden. He is a man of the people. Period.
Well, look. Hey. Once I get the green light on that show, I'm taking off with it, and we hitting mainstream. But what's about to be mainstream is this game coming up next. Beyond the Arch, Bay Area Breakers. Don't go anywhere after this. You don't want to miss this one. It is going to be an exciting one. But to wrap up the post up, it's been LOB and Rick Blaze McCullough. Man, we about to get you some good basketball coming up after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of our Thursday night triple header here on SimWorld TV. Should be another good one. We've got Bay Area Breakers hosting Beyond the Arch. Battle of the big men set to tip it off here. Tyson Simpson, Trey Hyman, Ill-a-delphia behind the mic, and I am joined by Sam. Sam, it's good to be doing a broadcast with you.
It's great to be here at the Bay Area Bay Bridge Athletic Club. Like you said, we got the matchup of the two monster bigs down low. I'm interested to see how it's going to go.
Well, tried to find Hyman there, but nobody home. Bay Area successful on their first possession. Now here's the other big man, Tyson Simpson, goes right up with it and gets an easy two. A little bit of a
That's what
mismatch
Beyond
right
the Arc
there.
does the best.
You got Ricky O'Neal on him there, and O'Neal just 6'4". It's going to be a tough matchup if they get that switch more tonight. Oh, tough drive there by it's Royce Anderson, unable to get his first shot of the game down. BTA still looking for their first bucket. I think maybe that shot was partially blocked or deflected. And you see Sean Hyman, the ball up to O'Neal. Sean Hyman, of course, the little brother of Trey Hyman. Sam, looking forward to knowing what you kind of insights and observations you're bringing tonight. What are you looking for in this game between these two teams, both in contention for Race to One?
Both are in contention, one more obviously than the other. Bay Area up a little further in the rankings, second in the Legend Conference. Great dunk there on the drive.
That was David Duffy. He's a SimWorld veteran, played for the St. Louis Stars last year. I'm sorry, excuse me, I got the wrong number. That's Devin Fields who scored there, which makes a little bit more sense. He's a bit more of an offensive threat than Duffy, but yeah, go back, Sam. What are you seeing tonight? And yeah, Bay Area, one of the better records in all of SimWorld. Ooh, looks like a violation there. Turn the ball over, but they've been tough all year long. Now, Beyond the Arch started the season kind of a 500 team, looked pretty middling. Looked like they had trouble getting an identity over the last couple of weeks, thanks to that big man right there, they've just kind of been dominant. They've won 6 of their last 7.
Well, as we saw there, that's what Beyond the Arch does the best. They score in the paint. They're one of the highest field goal percentages in SimWorld Hoops, and they move the ball very well. First in SimWorld Hoops in assists per game as a team. The issue for them more so is the lack of consistent perimeter shooting. They have a great shooter in Daniel Horry, but are not getting that consistent production everywhere else.
Horry, just a 15-year-old, but he is most competent. The BTA outside shooters. Caden Ship, shook free, but decided not to take a 3. Shot clock down to 5 now. Anderson's just going to have to gun one here. The 2 off the back of the rim, and Simpson's just going to watch it bounce out of bounds. We're going to take a quick timeout, but don't go anywhere. We're coming right back to the Bay after a few words. Starts of the game from the visiting team, Beyond the Arch. Beating that big man, Tyson Simpson, and getting a bucket from Evan Fields, and they've opened up an early lead here. Had won 6 in a row until they lost last night. Oh, nice block there. I think Ship got that. Sean Hyman involved as
Sean
well.
Hyman on the block there.
That was Hyman. Good spot.
That's one of the things Bay Area does very well, especially the Hyman brothers. Those guys are so active all over the floor, and they're great shot blockers.
I actually really think that Sean Hyman has made such a difference for this team that goes even beyond his averages and his box score contribution. He and Trey just have a good sort of sixth sense out there with each other. This time it's Trey Hyman getting the swat. Just sloppy play. Not the first time we've seen that in the opening 4 minutes here from Bay Area. Giving this BTA squad every chance to establish a nice early lead here. Simpson's got position inside on Hyman. He's going to try to jump over. Nope. Moves it up, turns it over. O'Neal comes up with it.
And it looks like to me, Beyond the Arch, even though Bay Area is such an inside presence defensively, they're going to stick with their normal game plan and try to just pound the rock in the paint.
Bay Area, coached by Dre Pope, his first year in the Sim World as a coach, and he and the Bay Area Breakers 18-8. Oh, great position, Simpson. Easy finish. And that's
Exploit the
something,
mismatch, get the bucket. Simple as that.
let me ask you, Sam, I mean, what if you're if you're the coach of Bay Area, what can you do to prevent mismatches like that from happening on switching with a big, just a force inside like Tyson?
You just said it, E. Maybe you gotta cut out the switching. You gotta rotate better defensively. Just make sure everyone is aware of where Tyson Simpson is at all times, and make sure you're not getting a small put on him, because he seems to take advantage almost every single time.
Well, if you want to get yourself in this game, be a coach, be a player, come and join us, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. You can be like Gray Pope, Coach Pope, Bay Area, or maybe like the man just ripped down the rebound right there. Down the Arch's very own Daniel Horry. I hope you join us at SimWorld, the only place where you can see the game and be the game. 3 on the way. Ooh, won't go there. And Sean Hyman, little Hyman, which is hard to say about a man who stands 6'7" when he's just 16 years old, but little brother. Now he has a little bit of a mismatch here too. Let's see if Sean can go to work.
He's trying to work out of the high post there.
Oh, O'Neal feeds Hyman back. Great little play between O'Neal and Sean Hyman there. Leads to the second bucket of the game by Bay Area.
Fantastic play there. The shot clock was dwindling. Those guys stayed calm, made something of it. Great play by Bay Area.
Here's the matchup we've been looking for. Simpson directly playing up against Hyman, and Trey wins that battle.
Great defensive rotation there by Royce Anderson.
Anderson, who has the ball now on offense, looking to attack. He's going to pull up from outside and bring the three.
Absolutely lost the defender on the step back there. We know Royce Anderson has a little bit of swagger in his game. He loves the ladies showing out here in Bay Area, Bay Bridge Athletic Club.
That is Royce's 38th made 3 of the year. That ties him for first on Bay Area with Caden Shipp. SO's hit 38 on the season. And Sean Hyman with a little pull-up jumper, but he's way short on it that time. This has been a pretty fast-moving first period. Also fairly low scoring. Good defense from both these teams, and that's a tough shot from Simpson that he can't get to go down. I don't like seeing Tyson settling for that kind of shot. Oh, and look at that. Sean Hyman, I think he got that ball maybe a millimeter, maybe 2 millimeters over the outstretched hands of Simpson on that one, but Baines.
Well, there you see coast to coast by Sean Hyman. That's what Bay Area does best. I want you to look for it. Every time they get a rebound, they get a stop like right there on the block by Trey Hyman. They're going to run the break every time.
Oh, and Hyman's going to get the assist on that too. O'Neal in the corner drains the 3. Ricky O'Neal, a mid-season addition to this Bay Area squad, 6'4" wing player. And beyond the arch, after jumping out to a 6-2 lead, once a timeout here, Bay Area Breakers have taken a 4-point advantage with just 49.5 seconds to go. We're going to take a quick timeout with a timeout on the floor, but don't go anywhere. SimWorld TV will be right back. All right, and we are back into the first quarter. While we got a little bit of a break, I want to remind you to follow us, SimWorld, on social media, and I mean we're everywhere. We're on TikTok, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook. We might have an OnlyFans, I don't know. I'll have to look into that. But anywhere you want to find us, it's at SimWorld 4K. SimWorld 4K. We hope you will find us on all your favorite platforms. And hey, please give us a little follow, a like, a shout out, something, a tip. I don't know.
Hey, if your favorite platform's OnlyFans, don't go searching us up on there. I'm praying for you.
Did you just get confirmation we're not on there? Is that right? Okay. Oh, we are. Okay, I'm hearing where we are. So there we go. I'm kidding. You all know that. Y'all know Bay Area's on top right now. Oh, but look at this. Tyson Simpson. Great rebound, but has it ripped out of his hands by Trey Hyman. Trey Hyman hasn't scored a point yet. 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, and that rip right there. I think he's winning this battle with Big Tyson so far.
Absolutely, and I think that's really what shifted things there mid-first quarter. You saw after the timeout, Bay Area came back out and were simply dominating, and it's because they were getting stops inside. They weren't getting stops inside initially in this game. They started to, and you see Beyond the Arch hasn't shifted their strategy, and he's still going in the paint, works there for him, but they're really going to have to probably get the three-point game going to make a break in this one.
And David Duffy closes it to 2. 3 on the way at the buzzer won't go. Low-scoring first quarter tilt out here in California, but the home team up by 2. We're going to take another quick break, but don't go anywhere. Second quarter action when we return to the Bay on SimWorld TV. And we are back. Lovely facility here, the Bay Bridge Athletic Club. Beautiful view of the bay out the window on a beautiful day in California. Not quite as hot up here as some of the southern part of the state's been getting, but they're turning up the heat. Nick Bowie.
Don't even have enough time to talk about the facility here. Beyond the Arch getting to the rim early in this quarter, but yeah, they definitely got some money out here, E. No question about that.
Yeah, a little bit of tech money, probably donations and other forms coming into play here, but good crowd out tonight. Voting their breaker squad. All tied up right now, though. BTA definitely giving them everything they want, and you know, these are two teams that are likely to be in that race to one competition. Bay Area has been touted as a favorite all year, and for BTA, who's just taken the lead there on that 3, Bowie making a big impact off the bench. They're sort of the new darlings in the last few weeks on the tear they've been on. People talking about them as a real threat to make a run.
Yeah, Beyond the Arch been on a run lately. They've been playing really well. You see Nick Bowie there, like you said, starting out this quarter really well. Excited to see what they're going to do here to try to counter Bay Area.
Shanahan's shot won't go, and Big Tyson still up there on the court, picks up the rebound, dribbles up court. Dangerous pass there, but it does end up back in David Duffy's hands.
They got the mismatch again.
Well, Trey's coming over to help. Maybe he did enough to put him up. But look at Bowie again. I'm sorry, that wasn't Bowie that time. Oh! Slot there. Shot clock winding down. Bowie's going to try a three. That one won't go. Another chance for BTA on this possession. Oh, David Duffy has been getting inside. That time he couldn't get the shot to go, however.
Great interior defense from Bay Area. They need to secure the boards, though. They're really a middle-of-the-road rebounding team. You can kind of accredit that to the fact that they leak out for a lot of fast breaks. Maybe they're not crashing the boards as hard, but right there you see there's no excuse. They got to get a board there. They can't let them get so many offensive rebounds.
Bowie again. That time he might have disrupted that shot. I don't think he quite blocked it. Be on the way from BTA. Candits. Oh, that's just going to be a 2, saying he had a foot on the line, but 5-point lead for the road squad, and Coach Pope wants to talk it over. A 7-0 run beyond the arch.
A game of run, Z. You saw there things swing back in beyond the arch's direction after being in their direction initially, swinging back to Bay Area. The momentum is now back in BTA's favor.
While we have a little break in the action, I want to remind everybody that SimWorld TV will be back on the air Tuesday next week. At 2 games, Originators hosting the AT Aliens, and Best Coast Ballers taking on this Bay Area Breakers side in one of those California Civil War battles. That should be a good one. They should both be good ones. Hopefully you'll be back with us watching on Tuesday. The action starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. Right here, 5-point lead. The red hot team from St. Louis. Definitely not intimidated. I've picked up that much just from the way they're playing in the body language. Coming here, the West Coast. There's a nice bucket from Adonis Knight. Gets his name into the score sheet.
We've seen him aggressive play from Adonis Knight here ever since he's been off the bench.
Well, talk about aggressive play. BTA just keeps on attacking the rack, and it's not always Tyson Simpson. Quite frankly, Bay Area has done a pretty good job of running different defenders with Simpson, getting double teams and help defense on him. But the rest of the squad, Devin Fields, David Duffy, and others have also been able to make him pay. Oh my, look at that right there from Dime Hardaway. You normally think of him as a distributor and a playmaker. Got his own on that possession.
I like to give Dime Hardaway his own category. He's really a make something of nothinger is what he is. He can take nothing, a possession that's completely dead. He'll find you on a nice dime. He'll find you. He'll make a great play offensively. I mean, Dime Hardaway pretty much gets everyone involved.
6'2" guard out of San Diego, being fought over by arch rivals USC and UCLA, and there is a putback bucket. First 2 points of the game for Trey Hyman. And Bowie out there. Tyson Simpson getting a rest now. Oh, and BTA's throwing it into the backcourt. I think that's going to be a backcourt violation. Nobody else touched that. Breaker's ball.
And like you said, Tyson Simpson's getting a rest right now. I'm going to be interested to see how this game is going to turn now with him off the floor, their physical interior presence. I'm interested to see what the Hyman Bros are about to do.
Well, particularly as, well, Trey's getting a rest now too, maybe timed with Tyson on the bench. And Sean's out there, however, but he can't stop the bucket right there. In fact, picks up the foul. It's going to be a 3-point opportunity. Daniel Horry, the 15-year-old out of Peoria, Illinois, averaging 9.9 per game, and he's canned 65 threes. He normally does most of his damage from deep, but shows you he's got some inside game there as well.
Like you said, Daniel Horry is a great shooter. He's one of the highest three-point percentages in SimWorld hoops, and really the sole guy they go to for outside scoring.
6'4", 200, good size, a little bit of a tweener really. They both guard and swing out to a wings position, but at just 15, he has an incredibly bright future. Showing you glimpses of it right there. Meanwhile, Area can't score on that possession. Chance to widen out to the biggest lead of the game for BTA here. Corey's going to jack it up, nail it. 8-point lead. Coach Tumas Kusa charge of BTA has to be liking what he's seeing so far and has to be loving this defense. There's Fields going to work. Oh, and he finds Bowie, and that's too easy. 10-point advantage. BTA, I don't know if Coach Pope's going to get a timeout here or not, but Bay Area looking a little unglued the last few minutes on both ends of the floor.
Definitely need to do something, make some changes. Things are not going in their favor right now. I think BTA heard me here from the sidelines, maybe not talking in their favor because they're showing me the exact opposite.
Well, Horry wide open again and drains it again. 31-18. This does not look like the Beyond the Arch
from the
team.
crowd in here.
This does not look like the BTA team that I saw at the start of the season. Tyson Simpson's played well for them since the jump, sure, but just looked disjointed, couldn't quite get out of their own way, were lacking an identity. Boy, has that changed in the past few weeks. I am impressed. I am definitely...
Man, you saw that play right there, E. Devin Fields comes off the screen going to the basket. The defense thinks he's going to take the layup, kicks it back out to the best shooter on the floor for BTA, Daniel Horry. He knocks it down. That's what he does best.
Well, Horry, number 3 overall in SimWorld coming into this game in terms of number of three-pointers made, and number 6 in three-point percentage. He is certainly going to be improving both of those numbers after this performance tonight, assuming he keeps that up. 13-point lead. Thomas Kusa's Beyond the Arch squad. Mentioned he's second year in charge of this team. Originally a native of Finland. Newest NATO member as of today, I believe that's official.
There we
Congratulations, Finland. There you go. Back underway. It is Bay Area ball. Sean Hyman out there with Royce Anderson, Ricky O'Neal, Caden Shipp. Big names, but they haven't been able to get it done so far in this game. And then gives it up to Anderson. Gets a nice position inside, but he can't finish. Sean with the rebound back up and in, however.
Sean Hyman doing what he does best, cleaning up the glass, cleaning up the mistakes. You miss a shot, you don't got to worry about it. He'll be right there, either him or Trey, putting that thing back in.
Somebody might want to guard Daniel Horry, however.
E, can you believe that Daniel Horry doesn't have any offers yet?
I mean
he's proven he can put the ball in the bucket from 3 at a very efficient clip. I mean, I am shocked he has not gotten any looks yet.
Well, just 15 years old. I don't know. Maybe teams aren't recruiting 8th graders as much as they used to back in the day or something. I'm not sure, but youth is the only thing holding Daniel back. I mean, he's got a college-ready body, I would say, 6'4", 200. He's certainly going to make an impact on the next level. I don't think there is any doubt about that. And even more to the point, he's not nearly close to done writing his SimWorld story yet, as Ricky O'Neal's able to answer with the 3 for Bay Area. They definitely needed that under 1 minute to play first half. Let's see if they can find Horry again on this possession. He has it. And O'Neal not really playing tight defense on him. Actually comes in and fouls him there. That's going to send Daniel Horry to the line.
Great drive right there. What I love to see from Daniel Horry there is he's kind of set him up there. He's come down. He's hit 2, 3, 4 jump shots. Gets them in the mode where they're going to be jumping at your looks from the outside, which is going to open up the inside for you, and he takes it in there and draws the foul.
Horry at the line, and as you can see, not your typical 15-year-old. He's definitely spent a little bit of time in the weight room.
Yeah, he could NBA-ready body right now, you could say, almost.
Tyson Simpson re-enters the fray. Pleased to see his teammates have spotted him a 13-point advantage while he caught his breath. 45 seconds to go now. Ronnie Shanahan brings it up for Bay Area. Oh, look at that. That's a nice move there. That's Curtis London. He's a SimWorld veteran, known as a 3-and-D kind of player, but shows you maybe the D stands for drive on occasion there too. Gets the bucket.
Great take there from Curtis London. Looks like he's actually caught a mismatch here, though, with Tyson Simpson in the paint. The good thing they bring the double there, make him kick it out.
Or he has it again, misses. Rebound, however, ends up back in the hands of BTA. This time, Arjen DeLeo, the little used Arjen DeLeo. Everybody getting into the mix tonight for the boys from St. Louis. Final seconds. Shanahan's jumper. Oh, nailed it.
What a shot from Shanahan.
Had a great preseason, Ronnie Shanahan. Has turned out to be a bench player for this Bay Area squad, but an important one. He gets a bucket there to narrow the gap, but at the half, on the arch, they've been hot lately, but I don't know if anybody predicted they'd have a double-digit lead here at halftime, Sam.
I think the biggest thing here is we're seeing that the wings and the guards for Bay Area aren't really boxing their man after they're putting up shots. We're seeing a lot of offensive rebounds from those 2s and 3s from beyond the arch, and I think that's really a big thing. It's not a glamour stat rebounding necessarily, but when those start racking up, I mean, they're getting second looks over and over and over right now.
Well, we came into this one anticipating a decisive battle between Simpson and Hyman, but if anything, it's Daniel Horry who was the standout of the first 16 minutes. Even though Bay Area's got a nice lead, still lots of basketball to play. We're going to take a quick break here during the half, but come back. It's an 11-point advantage for Beyond the Arch when we return.
Well, we did it. We sealed the bad out and the good in. Take a second and look around you. Go ahead. We have everything we've always wanted. We'll want for nothing.
Excuse me. I really love it here.
Thank you.
We have all these beautiful avocados from Mexico, but where are the chips?
I'm sorry?
Oh, the chips. The chips are outside.
Why are they out?
The chips are outside!
I want a Chris Elliott autograph. Hi.
Wait! Please, avocados taste great on lots of things. See? Avocado toast. We can still make this work.
Oh, Wi-Fi's down.
No.
Avocados from Mexico.
Wishmasterbeats.com, home of the hottest beats on the internet.
We are back. 11-point lead for BTA, and it's none other than the 15-year-old, the youngest person out on this court, Daniel Horry. Scored 13 points in 12 first-half minutes. BTA starts with the ball. Big Tyson back out there, and he's got it, looking to drive on Ricky O'Neal. He thinks he can take him, and he does.
Wow. That's pure power there, E. That is pure power. Get him on the wing, let him bully his way to the rim, and he throws down 2 defenders. There's Sean Hyman.
Sean Hyman gets a little revenge on that, and Sean has been much more prolific with the scoring tonight than Trey. So Trey does have 6 rebounds and 3 blocks. Oh, a little 1-2 between Horry and Simpson right there. The 2 big St. Louis stars coming together on that bucket. Trey Hyman, just 2 points tonight. He's been active on defense and done a good job of frustrating Simpson, but I think Bay Area is going to need a little bit more from him if they're going to come back in this one.
Speaking of needing a little more, Caden Shipp at the air ball there. We haven't really seen him do much of anything this game. I mean, some of these guards, scores especially for Bay Area, they got to get going.
Credit BTA, they have just thrown breakers off their game tonight, and you're right, you do not see a cultured player, let's say, like Caden Shipp, just airball that off, and there is a second bucket, 4 points now. Trey.
And he put a little Daniel Horry on the floor there.
Well, he's got 6 inches and about 100 pounds on Horry, not quite 100. Wide open for 3. Oh, there was a break for Bay Area. That should have been, I mean, Horry's pretty much automatic when you leave him that open. Instead, Bay Area able to get a transition bucket. And lead is below 10 for first time since about midway through the second quarter.
We saw some good playmaking there from Trey Hyman. That's one of the parts of his game that make him so valuable. He's so big, so mobile, so active, but also can make plays for others.
He's deceptively mobile and agile as well. You look at him, just because of body type, body shape, I don't know, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but when I watch Trey, I don't expect him to have, you know, swan-like footwork. You know, I don't expect him to be a ballerina out there. And yeah, he is. And he's also got great court vision, good passer, just a good all-around player. And one of the keys to why Bay Area has been so successful this season. Oh, and that's too
right
easy.
There.
Yep. Well, that's just a big man who lost his defender.
I think with Trey Hyman and his mobility, you know, back when he was younger, he used to be mainly a soccer head. He really wasn't all that into basketball. But as he got bigger and bigger, he realized he had kind of a knack for the game, switched up, started playing ball. And I think maybe that has a lot to do with his mobility and his playmaking ability.
Foul on the floor. I believe a foul was called there. Wait and see who it was on. I guess I'm going to have to wait to find out, but I know who's going to the line. That is Keyshawn Blasingame.
Look at this view right here.
Wing. Oh, I know. It's somebody who lived in California, more southern than northern California to be fair, but who lived and traveled much of California for years. It is a beautiful place.
I love the Bay Bridge Athletic Club. They got a great restaurant, 5-star restaurant down below the court here. Saw, you know, some of the players got some family eating well down there. I know the country club here is hooking them up pretty good.
Blasingame gets the second free throw to go. Just got word in other California-related team news from my producer that Rocky Mountain has just defeated Best Coast. 80-76, a tight one. One of the California teams comes up a little bit short tonight. And on the arch, going to work trying to make sure that's going to happen twice, lightning striking. And Adonis Knight tried to get 3 back right there, but it wouldn't go. And once again, Simpson with the rebound, and here comes Big Tyson.
Another perimeter look for Bay Area, another miss. They have not been able to get any perimeter jumpers to fall at any consistent rate. I think that's the key here. They just gotta get their scores going.
It's also just been an impressive defensive display from BTA. Not bad from Bay Area as well, but we have seen on more than a few occasions, like right there, one of these smaller beyond the arch wings and guards penetrating inside and getting a pretty easy bucket. A 3-second violation turnover. Just a mental error, and normally you don't see Dre Pope's breakers making mistakes like that. It says something to just sort of how discombobulated they've been by Coach Kusa and BTA, the defensive scheme they've thrown out there tonight.
Sometimes that happens, E. Sometimes the game gets a little out of hand. People start losing their composure. Everyone feels the effects of it, and sometimes you just lose track and boneheaded plays happen.
Nice shot there. Adonis Knight cuts the lead back down to 10.
I got to give Adonis Knight credit. He hasn't necessarily been the most successful, shooting percentage-wise, but he's come out here and he's been aggressive, trying to create something for Bay Area.
Tough shot there for Simpson. Good defense from Trey Hyman, but Simpson just shot the ball right over him. Once he adds that as a reliable, consistent, making that 60-70% of the time kind of weapon, Trey, who's already pretty deadly, will just be, Simpson, who's already pretty deadly, will just be even more powerful on the basketball court.
Absolutely. You add any sort of perimeter game to an interior presence like that, and it's only going to open up the inside even more for them.
If Simpson were able to develop that shot, I could sort of see him developing into a better version of Thomas Bryant. Maybe that's an upside comp for him.
I like that comparison, E.
2 7-footers. Bryant is a little bit stiff. I almost feel like Simpson, even at his young age, is a little bit more of a fluid player. Probably gives him a higher ceiling, but Bryant, a very capable outside shooter, and that's something that Simpson will need to work on. There's a nice move inside. Trey Hyman gets free, gets a bucket. Bay Area not letting this get out of hand. They're keeping it about a 10-12 point margin, but they need to start closing the gap here. Time ticking away. We're under 10 minutes to play in the entire game. 1:50-3 to go here in the third quarter. Timeout called by Coach Kusa. BTA gonna talk it over for a minute, and while we've got a little break, let's keep things here, but let's make a little pitch for joining our sports media team. You can be part of what Sam and I are doing right now. You could find yourself behind the mic. You could find yourself writing articles, doing podcasts, just being part wherever you're going to fit in best with SimWorld on the sports media side. Come to our Discord channel. Learn more. That's discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. And, you got the kind of sweet voice and depth of vocabulary. If your vocab is verbose, maybe you could be like me and Sam calling games here live on SimWorld TV.
Absolutely. We got Saturday Prep Showcase coming up, E.
Oh, we got that too. We're going to need media people for that, but more importantly, for everybody out there in the SimWorld universe, that is, pending the start of the Race to One actually getting underway, probably about the biggest thing that we have on the calendar coming up.
I'm excited for it. We're going to see all of SimWorld's best out there competing, putting on a show. I'm interested to see what type of stuff some of these guys are going to pull out of their bag in an all-star weekend, best of the best format.
About set to get underway here again in the Bay. Gonna be BTA ball. Arian DeLeo in the game, and inbound. It's Nick Bowie who had that good little run in the first half, and he continues his solid play off the bench. Bowie, a 6'7", 200-pounder out of Lexington, Kentucky. Averaging 7.4 points a game. Having a nice night for himself here tonight.
Great block there by Tyson Simpson on the help side D, coming over, getting the rejection.
Oh, look at Bowie again. I mean, If I told you that he was shooting 41% on the season and you only watched him tonight, you'd be incredulous, but really efficient.
That may be the thing. That may be the thing with him. I mean, Nick Bowie, you know, every once in a while he'll have these performances where he makes a big impact, but it's just not as consistent. Great play there, Tyson Simpson on the lay, but it's not as consistent as you want it, and that's the difference between what it takes to get to the next level and where these guys are at now.
Ooh. Trey just slipped Simpson right there. You can see the body language. Tyson not pleased with himself, but all the same, 14-point advantage and ball in hand for BTA. And we're inside a minute to go here in the third quarter. DeLeo thought about taking that three, instead drives inside, kicks it out. Ends up back in the hands
like
of
that on
Duffy.
the three-point line. Not if you're DeLeo. Can't hesitate on the three-point line. Got to put those shots up. Coaches won't like that if you're hesitant. You got to be confident out there.
Leo taking that one, misses that one. It's been a tough year for DeLeo, who's shooting just 24% of the field, averaging less than a point per game. Does have 2 points and 2 boards already in this one, however. And Ronnie Shanahan, about a 1 second difference between game clock and shot clock, so it looks like Ronnie's going to try to take this pretty well down. Ooh, turnover, another 3-second violation. Trey Hyman pounds the floor in frustration, but just another mental error tonight and a uncommonly reoccurring mistakes on the part of Bay Area.
Maybe one too many burgers at the five-star joint downstairs. Trey Hyman's been parked in the paint all game. Not been getting out there. It's serving up some turnovers.
Well, Duffy's three at the buzzer won't go, but beyond the arch. 14-point lead. They did lead by as much as 16. They have all the momentum and a big advantage on the scoreboard going into the fourth quarter coming up next.
I've invited Pedro over.
Pedro, my man!
We need to talk about something.
Great. Let's talk.
What's new, Pedro?
Look, Tim, for the past 12 years, Pedro and I have been having an affair.
What? I did not see that coming. At all. Pedro Jr., go to your room. Don't make that face. And take that ridiculous shirt off. Daddy loves you. Sorry, what were you talking about?
8 minutes to go. 8 minutes for Bay Area to avoid the upset, avoid a second straight loss. Sam, you worried about Bay Area, or is this just a blip tonight?
Well, it definitely seems like there may need to be a step taken back by Bay Area. Looking at their strategy recently, Heartland Zombie Stars 8-18. They barely squeaked out a win against them. LSD Lakeshore Drive 12-15. We're beat by them, and now we see what's happened tonight. It might be time to reevaluate.
Caden Shipp, it's been a rough night for him. It's been a rough night for everybody in those white uniforms out there, but he gets that bucket to go. And there is still time for the Breakers to get back in this, win the game.
Oh.
They're going to need to play a little bit better defense than that, I think.
What a dunk by Christian Kelly. Takes one long step from the free throw line, elevates and throws it over 2 defenders.
Kelly's a SimWorld veteran. He was noted for his athleticism and attacking the rim play last year, and he grew a few inches over the summer as well, making him even more deadly. Trey Hyman able to get a bucket, and once again, I mentioned it earlier, Bay Area kind of hanging around. They got the lead down to 9 at one point, but they just can't seem to get it any closer. 12 right now. Defense on this possession from the Breakers, but it does not matter as that man, Bowie, once again splashes a 3, scoring inside, scoring outside. He's been a weapon off the bench.
He's really feeling it tonight, huh?
Well, it looks like BTA is loosening up a little on defense here. Definitely don't want to do that yet. Game not can't quite bank it yet. Open 3 here, however, and splash.
Come get it, come get it.
Evan Fields threatening to double-double tonight in terms of scoring and assists. Royce Anderson, both teams are finding the bucket a little bit more early on in this fourth quarter at least, but the area just can't seem to get it any closer. They need to get some stops as well as continue to score.
I mean, we've seen Royce Anderson make a couple good step-back jumpers here when he's trying to create a shot. Oh, speaking of creating a shot, Devin Fields puts him on skates there, takes him to the hoop for the nice little floater. But, yeah, Royce Anderson, when he's gotten the opportunity to create on offense, has done a pretty good job. Maybe they need to get the ball in his hands a little more here in the fourth.
Well, he has it right there. He's going to try to turn and score, and he does over Daniel Horry. Royce Anderson, 6'6" wing out of Orlando, Florida. The lead remains 14. Horry, tough shot, won't go down. Bounced around on the rim there for a while before Trey was able to pull it off. So there is a chance. Whittle it away here on this possession. Oh, nice look from Trey. Finds Caden Shipp, but he was too far down underneath. Oh. Luckily, it ended up back in the hands of Anderson.
That's 6 straight for him.
Still not making much of a difference in the margin, though, and we've got about half of this fourth quarter whittled away already.
Yeah, definitely got to string together some defensive stops in order for these offensive plays to even matter. Beyond the arch, they're giving up a couple open looks here and there, but this hectic style of defense they're playing has kind of got Bay Area back on their heels, and they haven't been comfortable all night.
Ooh, there's a big 3 from Caden Shipp.
They're trimming it down.
9 points. This is as close as it's been in the second half. Once again, though, Bowie attacks. This time he can't get the reverse layup to go, however. Good defense from Hyman. Shipp has it again. It's been Shipp and Anderson on the offensive end in this quarter. Shipp's going to try another 3. Oh, break there. And that lead to 6. And suddenly I think this atmosphere feels a lot different in this building.
Well, they're still in it, E. They're not out of it just yet, but they have to get some stops. If they ain't getting any stops, they're not going to be able to come back in any capacity.
Bowie tries to go inside on Shipp. He's missed 2 in a row now. Hyman with a nice pass finds Anderson in the corner, and not Anderson. That's who hit that? Curtis London.
In the corner.
Yeah, Yeah, well, I mentioned earlier he's known as a 3-and-D specialist and shows you the 3 part of his game right there. 6 points, 2 possessions, and plenty of time left. 3 minutes, 12 seconds. And this crowd making as much noise as I've heard in a long time. Timeout on the court. We're going to take a break, too. Come right back, however, for the thrilling end of this game. And we are back. Little run here from Bay Area. Need to keep it going. A chance for an important defensive stop here. Mason Simpson out there with Christian Kelly. Daniel Horry. Sean Blasingame. Oh, and the hoop inside to Kelly. Nice find there. Restores the lead to 8.
This BTA team has so many high flyers. You can almost just toss the ball up to the rim with your eyes closed. Someone's going to go up and grab it and throw it down.
Oh, and a critical mental error right there. Blasingame able to pick off that pass easily. I'll get credit with the steal for that, but it really got handed to him. Well, Bay Area can't come back in this one. Let's remember this little sequence right around the 3-minute mark. It may have been their water hole. O'Neal was able to come up with that rebound off the missed shot. Hyman, his main inside interior scoring threat tonight, even more than his big brother. Defense from NTA forcing the Breakers to take a lot of time off the clock. There's going to be a foul, and that's going to go against Trey Hyman offensive, going the other way.
Trey Hyman's really just been struggling tonight in these kind of random one-off turnovers. He's had some offensive 3-second violations. A random off-ball foul there is going to lead to another turnover. And little mistakes like that have added up the whole night, and it's only an 8-point difference here. You almost wonder what kind of difference plays like that have made.
Maybe a few what-ifs. Coach Pope and the Breakers will be asking if they can't come back in this one. Nice defense there, however. Simpson gets his shot swatted away. Chance for the Breakers, under 2 minutes, though. Oh, nice dish. Easy dunk. Still, though, 6-point margin for BTA and ball in hand. They're going to go and take time off the clock here.
There's a 6-point margin. Starting to feel a little more life in here. Crowd's kind of coming alive. I'm getting excited.
Another big battle between Hyman and Simpson, and look who wins it this time. A incredulous Trey Hyman. Does not know how that bucket went in, does not know how he was called for a foul, but those two things just happened.
Right on
Mason
cue.
Simpson may just given beyond the arch margin that Bay Area can't recover in the time remaining. Free throw rattles out, however. There's still just an 8-point lead. Anderson with 2 defenders on him. Gets it back. Shot clock winding down. Bay Area taking too much time on these possessions. Sean Hyman going to try a 3. Can't get it to
what a
go.
rebound.
Trey with the rebound. Oh, well, that may have just done it right there. 2 chances, including a clean look at a 3. The area couldn't get it. Rory going to try a little pull-up jumper, won't go. O'Neal rebounds it. John Hyman trying to go to work, but meanwhile, the sand just continues to run out of the hourglass here. We're down to 33, 32. 3 on the way, won't go. Another offensive rebound, however. Got to get a shot quick here.
Yeah.
Nice move from Caden Shipp, and he's gonna miss the shot. Wow, it's just been that night.
Yep.
I mean,
one of those nights for Bay Area. Been one of those nights for Caden Shipp, Trey Hyman a little bit, 4 or 5 turnovers tonight. Just Bay Area is slumping right now.
Well, they have dropped now 2 of their last 3, and their 1 victory wasn't necessarily a convincing one. I think we can officially say that Bay Area is stumbling a little bit here down the stretch. Bottom line, they are going to fall in the standings. They are going to end up being 18-9 after tonight, 3-3 in their last 6, and losers of 2 in a row. Beyond the Arch, they had that stumble last night, but they're back on track. 7 of their last 8 games have been victories, and they have improved to 16-12. Oh, I want to thank you all for being with us tonight. Reminder, come back on Tuesday, 7 o'clock. We're going to kick it off all over again here on SimWorld TV. And for my own good self, Ilava, for my broadcasting partner in crime tonight, Sam. Great to work with you, Sam. And for Yells and everybody else here behind the scenes at SimWorld, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us, and have a great weekend, everybody. Remember, this is the only place you can see the game, be the game.